That warm front that is in that area right now. So tornado warning. This is southern portions of St. Clair County, basically from New Athens north up towards Freeburg. And the area we'd be more concerned with would be that area that you see right now around Smithton. That's where we are seeing this storm at this point, really kind of trying to get a circulation going in there. So we zoom in for you. There's Smithton. It's pouring in Smithton right now. We're going to pop on some winds here so you can see what this looks like with the winds and the rotation that we're looking at. So you've got the rotation here. It looks like that's just south of Smithton, where we're seeing the rotation, and it's strengthened a little bit. And we're going to take this and it's going to run up towards Freeburg. So just kind of going with it being about 25 miles per hour. And we'll make an assumption here, and we'll try to get as many spots as we can on this tracker. But really, there's a couple of places where that circulation looks like it's headed. Freeburg would be one of them, Engelman another at 4:37. This tornado warning is going to be in effect until we get to 5 p.m. this evening. So this is a radar indicated circulation. We've seen pictures. We've got spotters out there that are tracking this as well. And those spotters are indeed seeing the lowering of the clouds, and that's why they've got this going. There's modest rotation with this storm, and the indications are that the potential is there for this to produce a tornado. So here we go, right off the get-go here this afternoon. We are looking at storms that are developing across the area, and this one in particular, you can just see how it's developed over the course of the last hour. When we go backwards a little bit in time, you basically watch this system kind of evolving there and moving off towards the northeast. Now, we are starting to see that spin within the storm at this point. We add in the winds, and there's a bit of a spin there right now. And that circulation looks like it's just south of Smithton. Looks like it's going to be moving towards Freeburg. Now, we don't know if there's anything on the ground. The spotters that are in this area or in this general vicinity looking back at this storm, they have seen this, the lowering of the cloud base for sure, and there's definitely some rotation in there at this point. So that takes you down towards Press Road, Craft Road, basically Douglas Road, going out of Freeburg, and then going over towards Smithton. So if you're in this area, and we have a lot of farm fields in here, in the area around Smithton, over towards Freeburg. You know, you want to be in your safe place right now. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. And just so the control room knows, we're going to be on this for a little bit longer until we hear something otherwise, we'll be staying with this. So I just wanted to let you know what was going on over there. So the path of this, just in the general where there might be a rotation, circulation, kind of on that hook side, I'm going to extend it farther outside the warning. Mascouda, you're not in the warning right now. Scott Air Force Base is not in the warning right now. But the storm's moving about 20, 25 miles per hour off to the northeast. So it's not really moving all that fast. Now, it looks like we are getting some hail out of that storm, too. But the area here, Freeburg, over towards Engelman, that's part of the area where that circulation is. Again, I think the circulation is going to stay to the north and northwest of Fayetteville there and to the north of New Athens as well. So you're really talking about, as we get closer in here, just in this blue area that we have shaded there, this is where you're most likely to see that circulation. And that's going to take you Brickyard Road and Funk School Road and Jack's Run Road. That's outside into the east of Freeburg at this point. And so I can take that camera back over there. And then we go back to the west where that circulation is probably close to it now, just west of Freeburg or about ready to come into Freeburg. That's what we're looking at this point. So that's where our circulation is right now. Let me clear off that track for you. Just take that back off. We're trying to give you that advanced downstream warning outside of that for you folks over in Mascouda. The hail right now is up here on Douglas Road, or maybe a little east of that, heading over towards the country. I think it's Countryside Lane right now in that area. So the hail will probably go just to the north of where that circulation is. Again, we look at the circulation. There it is. That's your rotation that you're looking at right in this general vicinity here. And that is what's moving off towards the east and to the northeast. And it's doing so at about 20 miles per hour. Broaden this perspective out. Who's in the path of this storm? And here in a second, I'll get you on camera 20, looking from out in the O'Fallon area, looking back towards this storm. But it's moving and it's hooking, and we've got that hook. There's also this warm frontal boundary that's right in here. And that boundary's been lifting back to the north. So anytime we have that boundary, that also helps with the twisting of the wind. That's another reason why this warning was issued so quickly with this storm as it blossoms. Now, you still have the hail north of Smithton. Again, Douglas Road, probably moving up now a little farther north towards Highway 13 here, Illinois 13, and that's going to be pushing up towards Freeburg. The circulation itself is probably just east and southeast of Smithton at this point. Again, when you're looking at this, you notice it's not moving as fast as the storms we've seen so many times this spring. Many of the storms we've seen this spring have been plowing through the area at 50, 60 miles per hour. This one's moving about 20, 25 miles per hour. Much slower pace, so that allows the opportunity for this storm, as it starts interacting with the boundary, to perhaps take advantage of that front being close by. Again, when we look at the velocity of it, and we try to find what's going on, is the circulation is in here, approaching Freeburg now. It's in this general vicinity here, approaching Freeburg. So it's going to be moving over Freeburg. If you're in Freeburg, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We don't know if there's a tornado on the ground at this point. Probably isn't, but the storm is in an environment which is conducive for that to occur. So if you're in the Freeburg area, between Smithton and Freeburg, you want to be in your safe place right now. And that includes along Douglas Road, right into Apple Drive there into downtown Freeburg, and going off to the east and to the northeast. So this is a tornado warning for St. Clair County in Illinois. Runs until what, 5 o'clock. Yep. Only moving 20 miles per hour. going to interact with the boundary. Here's another view of the winds, which didn't really change much for you. And there is where the hail is with this storm. The hail core looks like it's staying to the north of Freeburg and maybe getting up here along that area of Old Freeburg Road as you're making your way up towards Belleville and Highway 13. But Highway 13 going north out of Freeburg, you're going to get the larger hail. On the south side of this, that's where we start to see that circulation. And it looks like it might have just tightened up a little bit there. That scan just coming in here in the last minute or so. And again, West Apple Street coming in on the west side of Freeburg. So west and southwest of downtown Freeburg, that's where you need to be in your safe place right now. And then farther to the east from there, eventually this may get to Mascoutah if it holds together. We don't know if that circulation's going to hold together or not. Look real fast, while you're getting to your safe place in this area here, take a look at camera 20. I don't know if you guys can pop that up, and let's see what we can see on our camera looking back from O'Fallon. I don't know if there's any way to get that up, but that's what we're aiming for here. That's the area we're looking at with the circulation coming into Freeburg right now. The hail core is going to the north and northwest of Freeburg at this point. The circulation looks like it's pretty close to right along Douglas Road within the last scan or two, and that's just off to the west and southwest of Freeburg. So in Freeburg in particular, you need to be in your safe place. Another thing to watch is, notice this cell's just kind of creeping up from the south. So once this thing interacts with that, that may send it into a different level of intensity as well when we start seeing those cells merge. That's another feature that we see sometimes when we're dealing with these storms. When you merge the cells, a couple of things can happen. One, it can really accentuate the storm and make it bolder, stronger, more powerful, or sometimes it interacts with it and shuts it down. Probably not going to shut it down at this point. It still looks like this one's got some pretty good rotation with it on the back side of this thing. When you're looking at that hook right there, you definitely know the whole storm's rotating. And we have seen with that system the circulation.
I've got that camera up for Scott.
Huh? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I have the camera up for you, Scotty, there, and this is out of O'Fallon. If we can take that camera, guys, on cam 20.
So,
and we're just looking at the storm itself, pointing it more toward the core of the storm here now. Again, a lot of rain in this, very heavy rain at times. Again, a tornado warning in effect for portions of St. Clair County, Illinois until 5 o'clock. So everyone in Freeburg, you're in your safe shelter right now, your safe spot. It has tightened up just a little bit. You can see the rotation just to the east of Smithton, and putting on the movement here. It looks like it's moving northeast.
Yeah, it is moving
about
northeast.
20,
so,
right?
And it's pretty slow. It's just coming into Freeburg right now, and you can you see that track here that we've put. You don't have a lot of, Freeburg is not a huge town. But that's one population center, and then you've got over here to Engelman and then up towards Mascoutah, which once you get over towards Illinois 4, you start running out of that tornado warning because it's only going 20 miles per hour. This is one of those cases where on the north side of this, you're getting the hail, and then on the south side, that's where that circulation is. So moving into downtown Freeburg right now, one would think that's where that circulation is. Actually, it just, it kind of just skipped underneath there and moved right along while we were talking. But we're going to pull that back and look at, again, this storm. There does seem to be, an environment that's favorable for this thing to keep going and to potentially produce a tornado, because you are looking at this warm front right through the area at this hour. So with that in mind, the potential is there that this thing with the warm front and its interaction with the warm front and that cell that's merging right now between the two of them, that's, one of those things where, let's see if we can get this to go. Where if we can get that, the two of these things to interact with each other, we potentially have, even stronger rotation that develops. We don't know if that's going to happen or not. But this is coming into downtown Freeburg right now. So the circulation right over the Freeburg area. The hail is to the north and west of it. It looks like that hail core may have come down a little bit because we're not seeing as intense reflectivity here as what we were seeing earlier. So with that in mind, that's part of it's good. But we still got that circulation there around Freeburg at this hour. So, we continue to availability. Why is that?
So again, everybody in Freeburg, get to your safe spot right now. And even the Weather Service confirms that it's right over Freeburg and moving on to the east-northeast at about 20 miles an hour, like Scotty was saying. And it has tightened up a little bit in rotation there. We have no confirmation of this actually reaching the ground. It's radar indicated at this point. But again, you want to be in your safe space in Freeburg as it moves on to the north and east and crosses 13 there, right across 13. This is the debris tracker. We're looking for any potential debris that would indicate it.
I don't think
yeah, we don't see it, do we?
I don't think that's, I think where the debris is more likely where the hail was, which it does show up as a different source. That's what your
Right.
debris detector is looking for. But the storm is merging. We just had that merger on the northern part of this storm coming together. I don't know that that's caused it to do anything dramatically different than what we were seeing here just a second ago. I'm going to see if I can get this logged in over here on this other computer. And we don't have any damage reports out of anything at this
Right, no
point.
confirmation. I'm watching other cells too to the south and
I
west.
don't think this would be a rain-wrapped tornado.
And numerous cells are popping up now to the south and west, so I'll keep my eyes on those. Scotty's on this tornado warning, just in case we get any others that do pop up.
Okay.
Storm tracker heading that way.
And Tracy's in the storm tracker,
Tracy has it,
okay.
yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So that computer is not going to work for us today, which, that's just one of those things. So I'll pull it back up over here. And
So tornado warning, just to recap, guys, until 5 p.m. Again, radar indicator rotation. We don't have a confirmation of a tornado on the ground. It's moving northeast at 20, and it was over Freeburg. And storm trackers east of 64 here, and we're going to continue just, in the distance, you can see the dark sky there. And the storm pointed right at that storm in that area, and Tracy's on our way just in case we do have a touchdown in that location. But again, Freeburg, it's moving just to your north and east now. No confirmation of this actually causing damage or being on the ground, but you want to be in your safe spot. And there's numerous storms popping up back behind these, and they're individual cells that look a lot like this one. There's probably just a little bit of rotation in each one of these, and the warm front is laying right across the area, and it's very unstable, Scotty.
Yeah.
And so still watching that cell over Freeburg.
yeah, so the circulation's very close to being right over Freeburg. Again, as you look at the storm tracker, and you could see the ominous looking clouds there off to the east of St. Louis. This thing is going to be working towards and probably just west of Mascoutah, although you're going to be awfully close to being in the path of wherever that circulation is if it stays together. That's a big if at this point. But the warm front is draped right here across St. Clair County. And as the storm crosses over that warm front, then the odds at this point favor getting some enhancement there. You got a little nudge coming out of this right now as we look at that. And I'm going to pop the winds back on here. And this doesn't look like it's updated in the last couple of minutes, but we have about a 3 to 4 minute delay on what we see with the winds and the radar imagery. By the time it scans and processes, goes through the satellite and the distribution system. So there, it just jumped. That's what we were looking for. There is a little nudge here to the northeast of Freeburg. Now, our Corey Miller is from Freeburg. He's over in the sports department. He's working this afternoon. So I'm expecting him to be making some phone calls here to see what his friends are telling us that's going on around Freeburg at this point as this storm is coming through. We push this back, and I'm going to go show you this storm again. Where the rotation was, looks like it just passed over Freeburg, is just off to the east of Freeburg. We go up here to the north, this is where you're more likely, Rentschler Road, more likely to be seeing hail there, along and up to Illinois 158. Eventually, this is going to slip a little farther off towards the northeast if it keeps going, and it will impact Interstate 64. The tornado warning does not include Interstate 64 right now. It goes up to about Shiloh Valley, and then it's down to the south. And again, if you're now west of Freeburg, especially west of Smithton, you're fine. Freeburg, you still got to get through this really heavy rain, and I think the circulation is now just off to your east. So I don't think it's a rain wrap circulation, but you see the storm tracker there and the weather camera. Jimmy, is that looking at O'Fallon?
Yes, it's looking toward that storm, the tornado warned storm, and right on 64. So it's, and by the way, the Weather Service is also coordinating a tornado watch for a good part of the area right now.
Okay, well, can you flip that O'Fallon camera
Yes.
back over towards Menards? Because that's where it's going to find, if there's a circulation, it'd be back towards Menards there and farther southwest, if it gets there and makes it there. Okay, so here's your circulation for Freeburg. Right now, it's just off to the northeast of Freeburg, but you're still getting the heavy rain around Freeburg. I want to take a broader perspective because we're getting into that point now where it's going to get active this afternoon. Okay, we know that. We're looking at scattered areas of thunderstorms. Everything else we're seeing out here doesn't look as strong as what we're seeing right now with that cell that's currently over in St. Clair County. This is southern portions of St. Clair County, south of Interstate 64. That warm front is right across the metro area. So if these storms that are bubbling up down north of Potosi, back north of Steelville by Cuba, and down towards Stanton, as these bubble up and move to the north, if they get a little stronger and start interacting with that warm front, then potentially we will have additional problems. So let's get in again, talk about the tornado warning. It's a pretty small tornado warning. Storm's only moving at about 20 miles per hour. The worst of it should be over in Freeburg now. We're winding down in the next couple of minutes. Smithton, you're out of it. As you go north here along Rentschler Road, along Highway 13, that's where we're finding the hail. It's on the northern side of the storm. Now, as we get a little farther to the south, that's where we believe the circulations are, or the circulation is. So right in this area here, just off to the east and northeast of Freeburg. Now, I'm going to jump this ahead just a little bit. Even though you're not seeing it here, I want to show you. That's Funk School Road. That's Jefferson Road. This is Brickyard Road. Okay, you're all still in the path of that circulation. When we broaden this back out a little bit, you can see that rotation's generally heading in your direction. So if you're in that area, and of course, you know, I think a lot of the kids are probably already out of school and already home at this point. But if you're in that area, this is where you want to be in your safe place. You want to be in the basement. If you don't have a basement available, you're putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So, you know, a closet, a bathroom, the hallway, you know, no windows. We don't want to be around windows. We don't want to be around doors. All right, your circulation, just northeast of Freeburg. Still haven't heard of any damage reports with this. We know we have some spotters in that area, but just kind of tracking this out, and I'm going to go over here and try to do this. And Jimmy.
And heads up, Mascoutah, because it is headed in your direction. So again, they haven't said that they're going to extend this warning eastward, but it is moving in your direction. So we want to give you a heads up on that. Belleville and Millstadt, you're in the clear. It is past you. But again, Freeburg, right to the east and northeast of Freeburg, moving northeast at about 20 miles an hour. So if there is a tornado on the ground and that circulation does still look intense enough to produce a tornado on the ground, just heads up, Mascoutah, again, listen carefully. A warning might be issued further to the north and east. Very heavy rain, pea-size hail, no high winds measured in Freeburg, believe it or not. So that's some great news.
Great.
Yeah, that's from the Illinois Emergency Management. So it could just be rotation that's above ground and not touching the ground at this point. Again, this rotation just passed to the east of Freeburg and northeast, heading up towards to the west of Mascoutah now. And there is not a warning for Mascoutah as of yet.
Well, and we have some time because this thing's only moving about 20 miles per hour. So it's not, this storm is not in any hurry to get anywhere. It's a very, by the standards we have experienced so far this spring, it's moving pretty slow. But we just got the update there. So here's where your circulation is just in this last, run right in here. And that's pretty close to Hillgard Memorial Drive, again, Funk School Road, and headed towards Brickyard Road. So those are the places we were just talking about a few minutes ago as to where we think that circulation and any rotation, if there is a tornado, where it would be. Now, you are looking at heavier rainfall that is continuing, and some hail too, to spread in and across the area as we move into Mascoutah. The heavy rain is about ready to come in there, and you'll probably have some hail in here as well. And this is now getting up towards Interstate 64. I don't know if camera 20, what do you have on camera 20, Jimmy?
That is O'Fallon, again, by Menards.
Okay,
right
yeah.
there.
So we can see what that kind of looks like there, and you can see the clouds billowing there. That's looking back from about here down to the southwest, really looking from here down to the southwest. So you're looking at the backside of this system. There's our hook. So this is where, if there's a tornado, it's going to be in that general vicinity here, and that is going to be sliding off towards the northeast. North of that, we have some hail that's ongoing at this point. And so that hail, up to the size maybe of quarters, nickels and quarters. So that's what we're thinking at this point. And let me see if I can pop the radar over to the winds once again. And that circulation's really
tight enough.
Yeah, it's a pretty tighter circulation there at this point. So, the whole thing, the warm front this thing is crossing the warm front right now. Okay, the problem that we have going into the evening rush hour is going to be that we're going to be watching these other storms that are developing back here down to our, south of St. Louis. As they move north towards 64, towards 70, that's closer to where that warm front is. So if these storms, even though they're isolated, these storms that are back here, not necessarily the one that just went through St. Charles, but what we're looking at here that's north of Union, and what we're looking at down towards Eureka and Richwoods and down towards Sullivan, as they continue to move to the northeast, they're going to encounter that boundary. And once they encounter that boundary, then there's the potential that they really start to spin, because that's where you're looking at that potential of the spinning there. So there's one tornado warning. It's for that cell right there. And now it's extended.
They've extended it,
going
yes.
over into western portions of Clinton County, far northern portions of Washington County, right along the Kaskaskia River here. And so the warning is extended farther to the east. This now does include Interstate 64, okay?
And
so if you're in the
heads
path
up
of
on
this,
that.
it's still moving about 20, 25 miles per hour. If you're in the path of this, you need to get to your safe place right now.
Yeah, Mascoutah and New Baden, you are now underneath that tornado warning, the brand new one that's in effect until 5:15, as this tornado warned storm continues moving northeast at about 20 miles an hour. So get in your safe space right now, just in case this is actually touching the ground. Right now, radar indicator rotation is all we're getting word of at this point, but you don't want to take any chances.
Now, and the other thing to notice here, this is holding its own. This part of the cell here that's coming towards Mascoutah is holding its own. That's mostly hail. Our rotation's going to be on the south side of this storm. Notice, though, what's happening. We got another storm coming up, just crossing the Kaskaskia River. That's going to merge. The two are actually going to merge, and that's going to happen around or just east of Mascoutah. So exactly how that impacts things, it could once again enhance this storm's ability to produce a tornado. So there is lightning with this. There is some hail with this. there's definitely torrential rains, and we definitely have the rotation with this across this area right now, and that is going to continue as we go for at least, I would say, at least the next hour or so. That rotation is pretty substantial here. Greens and reds together, we got rotation. So that's pushing its way towards Mascoutah, probably along Illinois 4 here between Engelman and Mascoutah over the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes. Now, I'm going to get in a little tighter and try to get you out ahead of where that circulation is. So we think the circulation now probably in that area of, I don't know where they came up with Funk School Road, but it's pretty close to Funk School Road right now, and it's moving towards the east. And Brickyard Road, you're in the path of that circulation. Get over here towards Mascoutah. This is going to impact the area around Mascoutah proper. So even in town, that circulation potentially impacting you. And then south along Highway 4 and also going out Illinois 177. This is in St. Clair County that we're looking at right now on the Illinois side.
And the only tornado warning again, the one that's extended from, it already passed Freeburg. You're in the clear. It's now moving towards the Mascoutah area. And again, you want to get in your safe space there. Tornado warning until 5:15. And just looking at all the other storms that are developing from near Arnold all the way back to Sullivan, Scotty, not seeing the rotation that we're seeing in this tornado warned storm. So luckily just one at this point as it moves northeast at about 20 miles an hour. So Shiloh around 440. So Shiloh, you want to be in your safe space right now. Mascoutah and O'Fallon, 4:45 p.m. Again, get to your safe shelter immediately.
The other thing with these other storms that Jim's talking about, down 55 here in Arnold, from basically Eureka southbound, going down towards Lonedale, Sullivan, the storm that's approaching New Haven, looks like right now, they're moving to the north-northeast too. They'll be encountering this boundary. So the potential is there for things to spin. The only one that's really had the best shot at it is where we have our tornado warning right now, and that's for this supercell looking storm. And there's a picture of the cell from DeSoto. We'll see what that looks like. Oh yeah, and that's pretty impressive. And you can see the rain shaft in that very clearly. That's not a tornado, but that's a rain shaft out of that picture. So we're looking at the radar here for this particular storm that's in St. Clair County. We have the tornado warning extended northeast now. It does go into western portions. This is western portions of Clinton County. Here's the Kaskaskia River that separates Clinton County from Washington County. And so it includes far northwestern Washington County. We've got this cell that's out here by itself right now, and that one is going to try to merge. It's out here in the rural areas. That's off Schlichter Road and the Liebig School Road. That's moving north towards 177. At the same time, you have the larger cell that's moving in, the one that has been producing this rotation, moving in towards Mascoutah. This one is stronger than the last cell that merged with this. So we'll see if that enhances it again. When we look at the velocity here and the winds inside this storm, that circulation is still looking pretty good here between Engelman and Mascoutah, approaching Highway 4. So anywhere along Highway 4 here, from around Mascoutah, maybe a little north of Mascoutah, and down to the south of Engelman, you want to be in your safe place right now. And if you're over here towards New Memphis and New Baden, Damiansville, Albers, this is heading in that direction. It's not moving overly fast. It's only moving about 20 miles per hour, but it's heading in your direction. So you have time over here to find your safe place. And, if where you are, if you're at a mobile home and you want to get somewhere else that's safer and more substantial shelter, you have time to do that if you're in Clinton County. Now, the time's running out. Mascoutah down Highway 4 towards Engelman at this point, it's right on the doorstep. That circulation is very close to being right on top of you now. All right, and we're going to pull this over, going on the east side of Mascoutah. All right, State Highway 177. there's Woodland Schoolhouse Road, there's Summerfield South Road, the Liebig School Road, anywhere along here, and that includes over towards New Memphis, and then Damiensville Road. This is generally south of Interstate 64. So here's Interstate 64 running here. Your threat right now for this potential tornado is south of 64. Now, this is going to take it very close to Scott Air Force Base and Mid-America Airport. So it's going to go very close, if not right over the airport there and Scott Air Force Base. So if you're at Scott Air Force Base, you need to be in your safe place right now as well. Once again, we look at the radar picture here. That's the wind. Storms are about ready to merge here. They're going to merge east of Mascoutah, maybe northeast of Mascoutah and near New Baden. When that merger happens, we're going to see how much more spin we end up getting out of this storm. I think there's some hail here on the northwest side, northwest of Mascoutah, between Shiloh and Mascoutah. There's your hook, the classic signature for rotation in a thunderstorm that might be producing a tornado. When we look at the velocity on it, again, where does it show up? Right there at the hook. So it's placed exactly where it should be for there to be a tornado. Now, we don't know if there's a tornado or not. There is an indication here that maybe there is some dropout in the debris detector. We would like to see it get down towards a lower end on that, but that's also in a spot where it may be picking something up. We don't know if it's confirmed or if there's a tornado on the ground. What we do know is there are some spotters out here today and some storm chasers that are out here, some of our local folks, and they're taking a look at this storm as well. So if something touches down, odds are we're going to hear about it pretty quickly. Want to give you the big picture again. That's our tornado warning, St. Clair County, far northwestern Washington County, although I don't think you have too much to worry about in northwestern Washington County, and then going into Clinton County on the Illinois side. That one cell has been the most impressive one that we're dealing with. Now, these other cells developing to the south and to the southwest of St. Louis, and of course there's one that went over St. Charles. It's now up by Orchard Farm. They're moving northeastbound. If these storms here do get a chance to strengthen a bit as they interact with that warm front, there's nothing to keep them from spinning either and potentially creating rotation and a circulation. And when we look a little closer down here, what's coming into Arnold right now doesn't look severe at the moment. Don't see any hooks in there. Don't see anything that stands out. The storm that's by Cedar Hill, that doesn't look especially, problematic at this point. Just kind of looking at the winds to go with that radar. And again, you look at both of them, and, this one towards Cedar Hill may be getting a little bit of rotation to it at some point. We're starting to get a little nub developing there. We'll watch this area. Obviously, not the best driving down 55 right now, but that's better than what we have going on 64. I mean, once you get over here, that's the rest stop, the Illinois rest stop there, just inside St. Clair County, the inside west of Clinton County. It's pouring there now, and there's some hail that's likely going to cross Interstate 64 there. Our circulation, somewhere in this general vicinity here. Storms looking a little bit different because now we're getting that merger. Let me see if we can make it rotate here, or at least go and look for the last hour. This storm that went over New Memphis is now merging with the main cell as it's moving towards New Baden. Still have some hail north of Mascoutah right now. Still looking at a bit of that spin and that hook back here to the southwest. So tornado warning, it's radar indicated rotation, which we're clearly seeing here off to the east of Mascoutah. Looks like it may have broadened out a little bit. Let's pop another one on there. Maybe not quite as tight as it was as it's pushing out of Mascoutah. But again, we're getting interaction with another storm off to the east. And so if you're in this area east of Mascoutah to New Memphis to New Baden, we want you in your safe place right now. Still looks like there is that circulation here. It's just a little broader than it was. And you know, if you've been on did one of those experiments when you were a kid and they put you on the stool and started spinning you and your arms are out and then you bring your arms in and you spin faster, when those circulations tighten, that's when you're looking for that potential of a tornado to spin out of that storm. The other thing we've also seen, the cloud bases have lowered. So now the base of the clouds is less than 3,000 feet. With it being that low, that means you're more conducive to getting anything that's spinning, being able to reach the ground. And this definitely has that look when you see that hook. So as this is moving east of Mascoutah towards New Baden, probably the circulation's going to stay north of New Memphis, but can't guarantee that. But that's all along 177 right there, and that's Somerville South Road as well. Just kind of in the area where if we are getting a tornado track, it's probably going to be right along 177. This is the Clinton County Line Road. That's Airport Road, Bill Hart's Road. This is Interstate 64. Rest areas right on there.
Tornado warning canceled.
Oh, they canceled it, did
Yeah.
they?
They
Well-
did say it weakened, it broadened a little bit, at least for central St. Clair County.
Okay, that's, well, this one, yeah. This one,
Okay.
this one's gone. It's out of that area. So they're still keeping this one.
So
this-
Washington County, yeah.
Yeah, this one stays up.
And they did say it weakened, like you were saying, it wasn't as tight,
Yeah.
the rotation.
And so we're seeing that. And as we get these interactions, and once this thing gets north of the warm front, once it gets north of the boundary, we may not have to worry about the potential of tornadoes here. So that boundary is pretty close to Interstate 64, right into St. Louis now. So while we don't have as much of a tight rotation there, we still have some pretty good rotation that's gone just east of Mascoutah and is continuing now to push towards New Baden and New Memphis. So anything along and really along and north of 177, either side of 177 and north, this is where we think you're going to be looking at that rotation and the potential that you see something there. Now, again, the storm's merging here. We had the main cell that we already had going, and now we've added another one into it. That could, in the next couple of scans that we get, tighten up that circulation a little more. It may not. We don't know. But we want you in your safe place just to be safe. If there's any question, is as many walls between you and the outside as possible, wearing our shoes. While we haven't had any damage reports today, yesterday we had that tornado that touched down just west and southwest of Potosi, kind of went into the Potosi area. You want to have shoes on because if there is damage, you don't want to be walking around in socks or in flip-flops. You want real shoes that'll give your feet some kind of protection. But as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A closet, a hallway that's inside that's in the middle of the house with no windows around, no doors around. Maybe it's the bathroom. So we just got the updated scan on here. Still pretty broad rotation here to the east and northeast of Mascoutah. Continuing to push off towards the east. We'll get you a little closer view of that. Summerfield South Road, right along that in 177. That's where our circulation seems to be in this general area. That's Renth Road there. This is 161. Here's Illinois 160 north and south, and this is 64. So this is going to be crossing into that general area here very shortly. And as it does so, while there is the potential that we may have a tornado in here, there's been nothing confirmed. And so far as we've seen, we haven't heard anything else.
Nothing, yeah. The
Yeah.
good news is, now we do have a tornado watch for most of the area. That's the brand new information until 10 p.m., including the entire metro.
Okay.
But this is the only tornado warned storm, and again, radar indicated only, and no damage reports coming in yet.
No damage reports coming in, but we still want you in your safe place here, especially if you're along 160 in this western portion of Clinton County right now. Looks like the circulation's east of Mascoutah. It's still pouring in Mascoutah, and you probably still have maybe some gusty winds, but that circulation's off to the east, and now it looks like the hail core has actually gone to the northeast of Highway 64 too. So that's moving up towards Highway 50, US 50 up there. So New Baden, Trenton, you're also in the tornado warning. I think that circulation stays to your south, but you may get some hail in there. Lebanon, you're on the fringes of the heavier rain right now. You've had some. This will end for you in 5 to 10 minutes or so. The big areas of concern, southwest of New Baden down here, between New Baden and Mascouda as that storm is moving off towards the northeast. Jimmy, we're going to broaden out the view a little bit more here. There are other thunderstorms developing across the area. These are the ones we're going to watch as we head through the next few minutes. And again, what the emphasis
none of
here-
those have rotation either that they're seeing. So the only tornado warned storm is again in Washington County, Illinois, and that's until 5:15. Again, radar indicator rotation on that. You can see numerous severe cells are at least potentially severe. There's nothing at this point. Again, developing right here in Jefferson County, one near Arnold, and then you get up to around that tornado warned storm. That's the only one that has that hook that we've been seeing. Again, no indications of any damage with that. All of these seem to be moving more northeast now. So Barnhart, you already had a storm also moving into Melville right now, some heavy rain at times, and then back towards Cedar Hill up to Wildwood. So again, we're watching each and every one of these cells, but the storm tracker is in Arnold, and that's in the upper right portion of your screen there. And again, a lot of rain, heavy rain at times, lightning, you'll get that, maybe even some hail, but none of these cells at this point are showing major signs of rotation or hail. And this one here, that's the one that you can see that hook right there, moving into Washington County. So New Baden, you want to get into your safe space right now because, again, no indication that we have a tornado on the ground, but there could be. And you want to stay safe. It's crossing 64 at this point, also on the Illinois side. So, of course, a lot of heavy rain, even around Wildwood, so entering portions of St. Louis County. And then Franklin County also getting some heavy showers and storms in there. Tornado watch is in effect from Franklin County to Warren County, all the way eastward through St. Louis and on into Clay County. So this entire area here until 10 o'clock. And I do believe, so that again, that one tornado warning, Scotty, that's the only one that we have at this point for really Washington County. So St. Clair County, you're in the clear at this point, but it's Washington County, that small slither where that rotation is still in this area right through here. And New Baden is right in the path of that rotation. So if it is hitting the ground or reaching the ground, and again, you can still see a little bit of that. So the red is going away from the radar, and the red, green is going toward the radar, red is going away from the radar. So you can see that little bit of a spin right through this area here. New Baden all the way down to New Memphis. Get in your safe space just in case there is a tornado on the ground, but no indications of that at this point.
And we did have some hail, quarter-size hail north and east of Freeburg just a few minutes ago. And Mascouda said they had some hail, pea-size hail, but did not get high winds with this. So that's good news. The circulation's still there, Jimmy, and it's broad, but it's still there. I'm going to go back over and look because this one down here that's coming out of Jefferson County, we want to kind of look at that. Don't see anything, you know, that grabs our attention. We're looking at the storms that are here along 55, looking at the storms that are back around Eureka, seeing if we see any rotation in there that, you know, is anything that kind of resembles what we have where we had our tight grid there. 55 and 141 is where we have our camera right now. So you can see as you go down into Arnold, it's pretty slow traffic, as you would expect with a heavy rainfall. All right, so here we go with that storm. Tornado warning still for far eastern portions of St. Clair County and really into Clinton County. I think they're going to let that go for Washington County. There's not really much else in there otherwise with any of these other storms. The ones coming into South St. Louis County, the ones trying to get into the Chesterfield Valley, the ones down here along the Merrimack River, and then down towards Sullivan. We have another one that's out here just north of Washington, Missouri. and that's moving northeast as well. So that may end up getting into the Wentzville area. But right at the moment, none of those storms looks especially concerning. This is our only tornado warning, and that is for the far northeastern portions of St. Clair County and into northwestern portions of Clinton County. Looks like, you know, we're getting that classic hook there. So you have that potential of spinning. When we add the winds in there, yes, there is rotation in here right along Illinois 161, where it meets up with Illinois 160. Okay, right
And
there at the
hook
crossroads.
is there, Scotty, and then they're talking about low levels of the rotation seem to be very weak at this point.
Yeah, but if you're in New Baden, we want you in your safe place right now. And down the road in Albers, we want you in your safe place. Damiensville as well, although I think the circulation part of this is probably going to be tracking a little farther north now as it's kind of crossing over 64. So New Baden, Avison, Trenton, and Albers. All right, you are watching 5 on Your Side as we continue our weather impact alerts.
This is 5 on Your Side at 5. Focused on you.
As Scott just said, we are in a weather impact alert. We are tracking some storms popping up around the St. Louis area with a tornado warning in Illinois for the next 15 minutes. We are expecting these storms to last through most of the night. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Kelly Jackson.
And I'm Mike Bush. We do have that tornado watch for most of our area for the next several hours, so let's check back in with Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell with more on what we're seeing right now.
Okay, right now we have one tornado warning in effect for our area at this moment. That tornado warning is for far northeastern portions of St. Clair County and into Clinton County in Illinois. There are other storms here that are impacting the areas around St. Louis at this point and around the metro. None of these other storms appear to be severe, nor do they appear to be rotating. This storm out by itself here has merged with a couple of other storms, and it is potentially producing a tornado. We have not had any reports of damage out of this. We did get some quarter-size hail, but no reports of damage out of this at this point. Nonetheless, when we look at the circulation and the winds, that circulation just now crossing out of St. Clair County and into Clinton County. So we need you in your safe places here if you're in the northwestern portions of Clinton County at this point. And that includes right now, under an immediate threat of a potential tornado, it could drop at any time, would be New Baden. Trenton in a few more moments. Perhaps Germantown here in about 15 or 20 minutes. The storm's only moving at about 20, 25 miles per hour. Unlike many of the other severe thunderstorms that we have dealt with this spring, they have all been racing 50, 60 miles per hour. They race along. This one is a slow poke by comparison, and it's just now starting to move out of St. Clair County and into northwestern portions of Clinton County. So where is your safe place? That is going to be inside, away from windows and doors, lowest level possible. Basement's great. If you don't have a basement, don't worry. If you put as many walls between you and the outside, you're in a hallway closet, you're in a bathroom, anything without windows, the interior rooms, you're going to be fine. Just make sure you're wearing your shoes. Again, this is crossing, the worst of this is crossing Interstate 64 right now, and the circulation bearing down and almost right on top of New Baden at this point based on what we're seeing with the radar. Now, when we talk about the circulation, the winds that we're seeing here, all right, they're not especially tight and strong. That's not to say they won't be in 2 minutes, in 4 minutes, in 6 minutes. With these types of storms, you don't know. They are capable, because they're rotating like this, they are capable of tightening that rotation and dropping something out of the sky very quickly. This is Highway 161, going from Albers to New Baden. In this area especially, that's where we are most concerned right now, and especially along Highway 160 too. I think if you're east of 160, you may have just a few more minutes, but by the time you get over towards Tank Road and Court Road here, and certainly by the time you get over to Avison Road and Albers Road, you need to be in your safe place at this point. So this is a tornado warned storm. The tornado warning, I think this one goes until what, 5:30?
Till 5:15, actually,
5:15
yeah.
is when this one goes to. Now, we have some spotters out there. We know 5 on your sides. Tracy Hinson is out in the storm tracker, and she's generally in this well, she was in this vicinity looking at the storms. I think now they've headed kind of south to track those other storms that are coming into the metro area. We're getting another little, it looks like another little merger there. Let's just see.
And
had
Scotty,
that part there.
rotation has ramped up again north of New Baden.
Okay,
And so we'll be heading towards Trenton and Aveston.
okay. Trenton and Aveston. And again, these are the storms coming up 55, coming and crossing over 44 and heading towards 64. None of these storms impacting the largest number of people here in the metro are currently rotating. Now, having said that, there is a boundary slicing right through the metro area, the warmer air, the more humid air trying to push back in. As these storms interact with that boundary right over the metro, there is the potential that they'll do exactly what this one started doing, and that's rotating and creating rotation and problems and potentially a tornado.
Getting some reports of a funnel cloud north of New Baden.
Okay, so there's your circulation. Now, remember I told you just a minute ago, in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, that really looks like, and that's right at 160 and 161, that is a much tighter circulation than we were seeing just a few minutes ago. So these storms have that type of history. Just kind of pulling this back a little bit. This is Aveston Road, here's Aveston. So this thing is moving out of New Baden right now. It's moving towards Aveston Road, moving towards Albers. The circulation, based on a northeast track, is probably gonna split the two. But if you're at Albers, if you're at Aveston right now, you need to be in your safe place. Even in Trenton, even though it looks like the circulation is just a few miles south of you in Trenton, you still need to be in your safe place right now. That circulation has tightened considerably. You have the bright greens, the bright reds, they're tight together. That means we are spinning this thing. And Jim, you said a report of a funnel cloud with that too?
Yes, a report of a funnel cloud north of New Baden, and a lot of these cells seem to be moving northeast instead of due northeast.
I'm going to do this. Well, and I think we're merging them too. Based on where that circulation is, I'm just going to kind of pull this out, and let's see if it'll, well, it didn't give me any towns. Wow. Okay, let's do this. Let's do a much larger one and see what we get. All right, Albers, Aveston, and Breeze. And there's your time frame on that, assuming it's going at about 25 miles per hour. That's for where the circulation is, okay? And so if you're in anywhere in northwestern portions of Clinton County, you want to be in your safe place right now, because these storms, this storm in particular, has had this long history of rotation. Now, we don't know if it's produced a tornado. We don't know if it's going to produce a tornado. But I got to tell you right now, somewhere in this area here, off to the northeast of New Baden, it looks like it is certainly spinning like a top here. And it looks like that went right over New Baden.
That's
now,
much tighter.
We have a pretty tight circulation here, which means Court Road going east. This is Albers. All right, this is Westland Road, Aveston Road. Aveston's right up there. This area all along 161 and Court Road, you need to be in your safe place at this point because this circulation has tightened. I'm going to pop on the debris tracker here and see if we see anything. And the answer is no. There's nothing there that stands out to me that would indicate debris's been lofted by this storm. Okay, that doesn't mean that it's not happening now and won't show up in the next scan. This just tightened up. So that circulation just tightened up. So it may just now, for the first time, be touching down. This storm does not have a history of producing wind damage or of producing tornadoes. I think we're moving it now out of St. Clair County and mostly into this northwestern portions of Clinton County, especially here along Highway 161. Really along Highway 161 and just to the north over these farm fields here as you go up towards Aveston Road. Some of the smaller roads that are in here, again, Westland Road, Court Road, this is Albers, Aviston's going to be right up here. You know, you're not too far from Aviston. There it is. Highline Road, Rocky Ford Road. You folks in these areas, you should be in your safe place right now. Okay, we need you to get to your safe spot. This circulation means business. We don't know if it's touching down or not, but we do know it has tightened. That's an indication that this storm could produce a tornado at any moment. When we look at the actual radar, what you're familiar with looking at, you see that hook right here. So again, that area where we have the hook, right in here, just off to the northeast and east of New Baden, that's where more likely than not this thing is spinning, and if there's going to be a tornado, that's where it would be. Now, we know there are other thunderstorms in the area. This is a pretty rural area. There's a storm just popped up around Mount Vernon. We got to watch him because he's going to be heading north and northeast. That could impact you over in Marion County, around Salem. All right, here are the storms in the metro area right now. These storms in Metro St. Louis, they are not severe, but they are definitely starting to get close to interacting with this boundary. So again, northwestern portions of Clinton County in Illinois, that's our tornado warning. But we also have pretty good sized storms here coming up right along the Mississippi River, right over the JB Bridge, coming up towards St. Louis, and then sliding northbound into Madison County. Then we look back to the west. You have storms coming out of northwestern Jefferson County, out of Franklin County. They're moving to the northeast. Some of these storms are pretty intense storms. They don't look severe at this point. But keeping in mind that one of the things that we do as meteorologists is we're looking for, you know, the future, which is not easy to do in many cases. We know we have a boundary here. We're trying to anticipate what will happen with these storms as they lift to the north and start interacting with that boundary. Will those storms do what the storm over in St. Clair County did a few minutes ago? And now that storm is over here in the area around New Baden. So we get on down here, let's pull this back. And there is our little area that we're watching. Looks like the hail cores come back up on that too.
Yeah, quarter-size hail in Trenton, and that's the only new report we're getting at this point.
So around Trenton, quarter-size hail, so there's your hail core. The fact that that increased and came up means the storm is maintaining its strength, okay? Just a few minutes ago, we saw what the velocity looked like, that the circulation had tightened, and now the storm in and of itself is also more intense. That's a pretty tight circulation here. This is just off to the northwest of Albers and to the southwest of Aviston. I gotta imagine we're gonna see an extension of this warning as long as this storm keeps going like this. I can't imagine that we're not going to. So we want to give you an early heads up for you folks that are a little farther to the east here. And my timing may be a little bit fast, but just based on where the circulation kind of looks like, and I'm giving it a really broad area and how it's moving off towards the northeast. These are some of the other areas that are a little farther down the road that may be impacted by this shortly. Albers and Aviston, you're under the immediate impact right now. Okay, so you need to be in your safe place right now. This is generally along US 50, okay? And it includes Germantown. Breeze is in this. Beckemeyer is in this. Eventually over towards Carlisle, okay? That's where the circulation, that's based on the circulation. That's not the hail part of the storm. The hail part of the storm is back to the north and west of that. So when we look at where that hail is, that's just off to the east of Trenton right now, right along US 50 here. And you see it just updated, the scan just updated. So that's where we're finding the greatest hail. That's old US 50, and then here's the bigger, better highway. But that large hail coming in right now to Aviston, and that's up to Jennifer Lane and goes up a little farther north, Russell Land. You're going to be looking at some of that larger hail. Then down on this side, this is where we're going to look for that circulation. We're going to see what we see.
And Scotty, you're right. It's heading into Aviston soon. So everybody get in your safe shelter right now. And there's that new tornado warning. There it is right there.
So, you know, there's your circulation. This is the extension of that, and they're going to pull it through most of Clinton County here and into southern portions of
Bond County.
Bond County as well. Just kind of taking into account that this is moving northeast. And while you probably won't get the tornadic part of the storm, or you may not see the tornadic part of the storm here into Bond County, the larger hail track would likely impact you. So they're not going to, the National Weather Service is not going to be issuing separate warnings on this when we have a storm with a circulation like this. How long does this warning go to?
Until 6 p.m.
Okay, so this one goes until 6 p.m. on this one supercell storm, which has the hook there, pretty clear. It's out here by itself. There's not a lot of other storms around it. One of the big things we look at is, are we competing with other storms? Are there going to be storm mergers? There's no imminent storm merger here. There is something down here along the Clinton County line north of Nashville that may eventually merge with that. We'll see if that perks up a little bit. This storm that's north of Mount Vernon towards Rome, that may just nudge east of Salem. But again, this storm, while we have not had any reports of damage other than 1-inch hail with this, and we have not had any confirmed tornadoes with it, it has been rotating at times fairly tightly as it's been moving across St. Clair County and now into portions of Clinton County, especially your northwest corner of Clinton County. That's where the impacts here would be greatest for that. But we're also seeing more thunderstorms here developing along 270 here. This is northeast of Granite City. That not too far from Wood River, but a little bit removed from that. You have another one that's on the west side of Belleville. That one that's down from Lee May going all the way down towards Oakville, pouring there, maybe some small hail.
Small hail Oakville, yes.
Yeah, small hail in Oakville. And then you've got what's going on back here across much of southwest St. Louis County. Doesn't look severe right now, but those storms are definitely strong, and they're moving towards the boundary that tends to enhance a spinning storm.
And Mascoutah
north
and
south.
New Baden, it looks like they're in the clear, which is great. New Baden and Mascoutah.
Yes.
But again, to the northeast of there, you want to take shelter immediately, and that's Aviston and also Breeze.
Yeah, I think right now you've got the hail, I think, in Aviston at this point, and the circulation's kind of going a little bit slow, moving a little bit slow. Your hail's in Aviston. I think as you go south along Aviston Road, you're going to find that circulation somewhere in this general vicinity, just based on what we're seeing on the radar right now. And again, we add in the wind. The wind is the part of the radar that is looking at how the raindrops, the hailstones, whatever's up in there, in the clouds, how it's being whipped around and assessing whether it's coming or going. It's going towards the radar site here, going away from the radar site here, and when you get them tight like this, that rotation tends to create tornadoes. We always see that kind of rotation when we have a tornado. It doesn't mean when we see this rotation, though, that we are going to have a tornado. It's certainly possible. It could happen at any moment, and it looks like that's just north of Albers now, and you got the new update there, right along Aviston Road. That's pushing towards Breeze. So Germantown, right here on Germantown Road, up to Breeze. We want you in your safe place right now, and then let's go up to St. Rose. I think St. Rose, you'll probably get in on more of the hail than that potential circulation, but nonetheless, we still want you in your safe place in these areas as this potential tornado works its way in that general direction. Again, when we look at this, it's an impressive looking storm. It's your classic supercell look. You have the hook. That's where we would expect, just northeast of Albers. In towards Aviston, you get up into the hail, the larger hail, right on 50. I think the hail track would stay to the north of the potential rotation track. All right, this is the biggest storm we've seen all day long. And notice there's not much else around it in terms of other storms outside of this one lone cell that's trying to develop here at the going north of New Minden and south of Carlisle. If that merges with this eventually, that could cause some additional interactions at some point. So this is what we have with the tornado warning. It's Clinton County It does include a little nub of southeastern portions of Madison County. That's more for that hail potential, but I think you're going to miss out on that opportunity there, and I don't think you're going to complain about it. Into south central portions of Bond County, you're probably going to get the larger hail there, quarter-size hail. And then this storm that went through Belleville that's now trying to move a little farther north here towards 64 and up towards St. Clair Square and through Fairview Heights, this doesn't look severe. Okay, looks like some downpours. This doesn't look severe, but that's a pretty rough go through this construction zone on 55, going through the city and heading into St. Louis County right now. Of course, construction zones notoriously poor drainage. So your commute, and this is why we were in this weather impact alert. You know, this morning we had a bumpy commute with the rain. This evening now we have the severe weather and the rain, and so additional problems here. Down 44, again, these storms don't look severe out into West St. Louis County. That's out in Manchester, Baldwin area. Here's the one from Wildwood down to the east of Gray Summit. Doesn't look severe right now, but they're strong. And the boundary is located here just across the metro area. So if any of these storms were to start rotating, they're going to start looking like this, the one that we have our tornado warning for, the one that is now into Clinton County around Aveston, producing hail and that circulation that potentially is in fact a tornado, but we have not had any confirmation of that thus far today. So that's zooming in on that circulation right now. And you can see just this is approaching Carlisle Lake. It's entirely possible. The rotating part of this storm that is
Between
capable
Aveston
of
and
producing-
Breeze, it looks like,
could produce that, go right over Carlisle Lake. So it's right here, Aveston to Albers. There's your circulation. Breeze, you're in the path of that rotation. Germantown, you could be in the path of it, or maybe it goes by just to your north. But either way, anywhere in this area, you want to be in your safe place, and that does get us all the way over to Carlisle here on the southern end of Carlisle Lake, all the way over to 127. That circulation is south of Aveston right now. Aveston, I think you're in the big hail. at this point.
Quarter-size hail confirmed in Aveston, yes.
Okay, so quarter-size hail in Aveston. It looks like maybe on this last scan that the hail core perhaps went down just a little bit, but not by much. It's still a very robust storm, and it's still rotating. Just kind of look in here, and what we do is we explore these together. When we go into our extended tornado coverage like this, we're trying to give you as early heads up as much as we can of what we're seeing and what we think is going to happen. All right, and I've kind of put this back because I'm anticipating a new image coming in from the radar in just a minute. The last one had that tight rotation between Aveston and Albers right there along Aveston Road. I suspect that's going to jump closer to Germantown Road and closer to Breeze here in the next couple of minutes when we get the new scan in. So this is your tight rotation that we're dealing with right now. And that tight rotation shifting up to the northeast, moving northeast, and it's doing so at about 20 miles per hour. So this storm is not like a lot of the other storms we've had this spring that just race through the region, have a lot more wind, a lot more hail with them. This storm is moving at about 20 to 25 miles per hour, which means those of you out ahead of it have plenty of time to get to your safe place and be safe. And, if you're looking, over from about Santa Fe and maybe even from Carlisle, looking back to the west, you can kind of see the lowering of the cloud at this point. But this is our circulation, the tight circulation that's showing up. Kind of want to wait for another second here and see if we can get the newest image to pop in. As soon as it gets processed and shared and gets into the system, you'll see it pop up on the screen. And that'll kind of give us an idea of whether we're maintaining this fairly tight rotation, whether it's broadening it out a little bit. There you go. And you can see it's still a pretty tight circulation, and as we were thinking, getting closer to Breeze and very close to Germantown Road here. So this is where your circulation is showing up on the radar. Keeping in mind the radar can be a little bit off, but that's awfully close into the south side of Breeze right now. Highline Road is here. Here's Little Prairie Drive and Winterman Road. So we're into pretty country out here, farm country, probably some pretty wet farm fields. But these are the areas where you need to be in your safe place right now. That's where this circulation is headed. Also up along Old US 50 and 50, there's Holy Cross Lane. The circulation may pass just south and east of Breeze. Now, with that in mind, now we know where the circulation is. Let's look at this hail. Still in that Aveston area and still kind of rolling right along US 50 there and trying to slide to the northeast. So I think that is going to head up towards Jamestown Road. You're going to get the larger hail here. So if you can get the car in the barn or in the garage or under the carport, that might be a good idea at this point. Pretty classic supercell kind of structure here with that hook on the back side and that rotation that's still coming right into the Breeze area and moving on towards the northeast. St. Rose, you don't worry about a tornado, you have to deal with some hail. I think we're going to be talking more about the hail up here into Bond County as well. 127 though, from the Clinton-Bond County line south towards Carlisle, you're still in the path potentially of where that circulation could be. Just kind of broadening out the picture again. That's the only tornado warning we have right now. In fact, that's the only warning we have. We do have a new tornado watch that covers much of the area until 10 o'clock tonight. And Jimmy, that includes all of St. Louis, right?
That does, including, and again, no confirmation of any tornadoes touching the ground as of yet, even though that rotation is very tight there in Clinton County.
Yeah. And you see these storms are starting to race off to the northeast. This is really going to come in two phases. Probably the worst of the storms between now and, say, 7, 8 o'clock tonight. And then after that, we're still going to get more thunderstorms that may keep us up for a while later tonight. We're going to be with you. As long as there's a tornado threat, we'll stay with you on both 5+ and also on TV. If we see that it's just more severe thunderstorms, then we will go mainly to the 5+ app, which you can download for free. Apple TV, your Roku, your Fire Stick, those kinds of things. This storm may be showing some signs of easing a little bit over here to the east of us, but it's still interacting with that warm front, and that warm front is still draped across the St. Louis area. I'm going to add the lightning in here and just kind of look at, this cell over in Clinton County, lots more lightning than the rest of them. Having said that, the one that's in South City and into parts of southern St. Louis County or right along the river here, that's got a lot of lightning with it too. So you have some pretty good electrical things. And look at the one over by Mount Vernon. That one is got a lot of electricity with it as well. So you can just kind of see how all the lightning is plotted on there. Now we're going to take that lightning back off so you can actually see what the radar looks like. And I want to do one other quick thing here. Stop it, and we're going to put the winds on. Now the winds get cattywampus here because you have thunderstorms and that kind of impacts how the winds are. But what we're trying to find here is that warm front. And that front was kind of in this area, and it should still be kind of rotating or rolling right through the metro area and then right out here into where we're seeing it interact with this one storm. And then it goes off to the east out, I think it's lifted north of Effingham. Well, maybe not Effingham, but at least north of Flora right now. Anytime we get one of those thunderstorms to interact with that warm front, with that boundary, it can be a problem. And it can cause rotation. The imminent threat right now is from this storm that's located in Clinton County. This is on the Illinois side of the river. Maybe not rotating, not showing as much of the classic hook echo as it was, more of a nubby echo there. But we're still getting hail out of this storm, and we still have some circulation in that. We still have some rotation in that storm right now. And that, I think, is going to continue here as we head in through the next hour or so, because that boundary is still very close here. Quick check of what we're looking at with the circulation. Kind of looks, obviously we've switched it around a little bit, but this doesn't look that far off of what we saw in Potosi yesterday from a radar vantage point. So our circulation here is approaching Breeze, still looks fairly tight as it's coming on to the east right now. We're going to check and see if we see anything on the debris detector that would indicate that, something has touched down, and there's really not much that's showing up there. Just scanning it back a couple of rounds, not much there. From a hail standpoint, the hail detection, like we mentioned, going through Aviston where they had some quarter-size hail, we are finding some here along US 50. Perhaps it's not as large as it was just a little bit ago because we're not seeing the echoes quite as intense as they were, but we're also known for these storms to pulse up and down. When I say pulse up and down, it may strengthen, you may get a little bit of a break, it weakens a little bit, and then a couple of scans later, a couple of minutes later, it gets another updraft. It's pretty robust and is able to drop some larger hail. Right now, the larger hail looks like it would be to the north of Breeze, but then the circulation's almost on top of you in the Breeze area right now. So let's track this out. First, let's track an overall perspective of where, from the hail standpoint and the potential for the tornado, kind of giving you both here. All right, the hail would be on the northern side of this. The tornado track would probably be the southern half of it. But it gets out of the warning here. I mean, if this thing holds together, eventually you folks over towards Boulder and eastern portions of Clinton County will have to deal with this. And we may have some folks up in Fayette County that have to deal with this. But Stolatown, Beckemeyer, Marydale, Keysport, Boulder, Pope, these are all some of the places that are in this path. Again, the northern side of that, more of a large hail threat. The southern side of that, that's where your rotation's going to be. Those time frames, they're approximate. They may be a little bit off, but that's anywhere from 5:30, which we're coming up, pretty close to that now, and up through about 6 o'clock or a little after. We'll see if this holds together and how long it does hold together. As we look down along 50 here, we're finding that hail north of Breeze.
And no new news on that at all, Scotty. Tornado warning continues in that area, but we have not had any reports of tornado hitting the ground, and they're going to continue likely to keep that tornado warning going until 6 p.m. With that tight rotation showing on radar, and there's no other area that has any rotation. A lot of storms out there. You're hearing thunder in downtown St. Louis right now. That storm is not severe, but heavy rain, frequent lightning, and again, the tornado warned storm is well to the east, closing in on Breeze.
Yeah, it looks like it's the circulation's either passing right over or now just east of Breeze. So it is pretty close to, right over Old Highway 50, and eventually that's going to cross probably right over 50 about Little Prairie Road. So, be in your safe place in here. We can't confirm anything. A lot of times when there is damage, the reports don't come in until later. So sometimes it takes a while to get those reports in there. Most of the hail looks like it's going to be north of US 50 here between Breeze and Carlisle. So that's most of where the hail will be. All right, so the tornado warning now taken out of that southeastern corner of Madison County. But in the rest of Madison County, we do still have some storms here. Just west of Edwardsville, just east of Wood River. You have more down towards Collinsville. As we come into the metro area right now, here we are around St. Louis. These are strong storms. They don't look severe right now, but they're strong. That may even have some pea-sized hail as you go down here towards Carondelet Park and then down Lee May Ferry. And, you might have seen some a few minutes ago a little farther to the south with that. And then we look out a little farther west here. We go out along 270 and to the west. These are strong storms as well, but they're not looking like they're severe storms at all, just stronger storms. But we wanted to give you, the overview of everything that's happening across the area so that, you can see, yes, your neighborhood, you may be hearing thunder, you may be having quite the downpour, but as far as a severe weather threat, that is this one cell that we've had all afternoon long here off to the east of St. Louis, simply one cell. The only warning we have is this tornado warning right now, and that does include south central portions of Bond County as well as a good chunk of central portions right now of Clinton County. And again, we look here over the last 4 hours, how everything's been developing. One cell showing signs, now it looks like, that it may be weakening a little bit, but you can see as it strengthened and started to rotate, they're coming out of Monroe County and into St. Clair County. That's been the only one that has been problematic for us here in the last hour or so. And probably it very well could be the only one that ends up being problematic tonight. I don't know that. I would hope, you know, if we can get by with just one that's a bit on the rambunctious side, we'd be good. But this is starting to show some signs of weakening. It's not as intense as it was. There's no imminent storm mergers. It may be shifting just north of the boundary where it doesn't have as much fuel to work with, because that boundary's along here somewhere. Now, this storm coming out of Jefferson County in Illinois, moving into southeastern portions of Marion County, that one does look a little stronger too. It's kind of like the one over St. Louis City. And I do want to look at the one over St. Louis right here along the river and just kind of get a quick glimpse in on the velocity with that and see what we see. Well, that doesn't look very
And
good.
Scotty, they were talking about one over Weldon Spring. It's not rotating, just winds of 50 miles an hour and maybe approaching severe limit hail.
Okay. Yeah, I don't, just looking over the city, it doesn't even look like the winds are all that impressive over the city. So here's our tornado warning, and I'm going to tell you, we're probably going to be transitioning into nightly news in a few minutes, because I don't know that we're going to be able to keep this one going for much longer. I think it has moved north of the boundary, although you say that, I say that, and Jimmy, that, you know,
Looks a little
we still
tighter,
have,
doesn't it?
we still have some pretty good rotation here. It may be a little bit broader than it was, but that's still pretty good rotation, even though the reflectivity isn't looking quite as spectacular, if you will, as it was. So there may still be something in here, and you know, until this thing gets by you, you got to stay in your safe place. Again, we're along US 50 here. We're going east of Breeze now, heading over towards Carlisle. Beckemeyer, I think the circulation's probably going to end up to your north, but I'd be in my safe place if I were there right now. Eventually, this is going to head over towards Carlisle, and the circulation may actually cross over Carlisle Lake. But just looking at this, you know, our hail, which is, you know, just probably sub-severe now, probably nickel size, dime size, is just north of Highway 50. And you're looking at the circulation here on the south side of that as it kind of rotates on through. So I don't think at this point, when I'm looking at this, Jimmy, we look at this together, we still have the circulation showing up there. It's
And the
pretty
hook.
broad.
Yep.
Yeah, and you still have that bit of a hook. But I don't know that the environment is as favorable as it was for this storm a little bit earlier, because overall the storm structure looks like it's weakening a little bit. That's our only tornado warning right now. Again, you've got a pretty good thunderstorm going on in the city right now. Basically, it picks up as you get into Midtown and heading into downtown. Get out to Forest Park, not as big of a deal, but this is moving northeast, so that means 70 is going to have some problems here coming out of downtown on the highway. And as this crosses over the river, again, you'll be looking at more travel delays there. Looking back to the west, there's the cell that's they were talking about that went over the Weather Service office. Looks like it does have a little bit of hail with it. And the storm itself is spinning, but I don't know that it's not in a great spot to have a tornado warning there. But that's
Looks
the
like
first
it weakened
one.
too a little bit.
I don't know. That's the first one that is kind of like spinning that's in much of the metro. Although these storms, we got to watch this too down here coming up on Union. The storm coming from St. Clair and the one that's just southwest of Union, those may be merging too. That could impact parts of St. Charles County. Let's do a quick little check on this storm here out at Weldon Spring. You're really sampling low. I mean, the radar's right there, so you're really sampling low. Of course, they can also look out the window and see if there's something spinning in the cloud there. There may be some rotation with that storm, and certainly the potential for some hail there. Our tornado warning, one county, and that is here in Clinton County, well, actually technically two counties, southern Bond County. The last few images, as you watch this storm, you can see it's showing a few signs of weakening, but it also may just be cycling, and sometimes they do that. As far as the circulation, I think that's still right along 50 here, approaching Beckemeyer, or maybe just north of Beckemeyer, but just kind of stretching this out. That's going to head right over Carlisle Lake. You already have a storm moving over Carlisle Lake, but that one's going to move right over Carlisle Lake. The southern part of that storm is the part that is with the rotation right now. Let's pull that back out and back it up, since that's a new image that just came in. Still see the hail core in there, can still see it. All right, so I think you're getting some larger hail, and that's going to be here along this area, Ringe Road, Vero Road, Flat Branch Road. That's where that hail is going to head, okay? So that's your larger hail. Let's go down here and find the circulation. It's still there, not quite as well defined, perhaps, but there's still a circulation down here near Stolltown Road. And that's going to go to the east and northeast. So again, that's taking it over pretty close to Carlisle, maybe north of Carlisle, but that circulation, just tracking that northeast, is going to end up going over Carlisle Lake proper, you know, right over the center part of the lake before everything's said and done, and then towards Boulder. Now, whether it's still rotating like this and has the capability to produce a tornado at that point remains to be seen.
And Scotty, tornado warning, just a recap, until 6 p.m. for South Central, Bond County, and Northern Clinton counties. Again, like Scotty said, it does look like the rotation is not as tight. Quarter-size hail. Earlier, radar was indicating ping-pong-size hail. Now the hail core is going down a little bit. And if you're in Germantown, New Baden, Trenton, and Muscuda, you're in the clear. But it is, and also Breeze now. It looks like that rotation would be right along 50. And Carlisle, you do want to, anybody at Carlisle Lake, you want to be in your safe shelter as that rotation is approaching the lake at this point.
Yeah, and I'm looking back here across the rest of the metro area at these storms that are coming in. The one storm, we got our eyes on this one out here into St. Charles County. I want to zoom in on this one here. It definitely has some spin. It's out there by MasterCard Building and Highway K, moving towards the northeast. I'll stop the looping so you can kind of get a better idea. But if I just add on the winds in there, there are some wind gusts in there. There may be some spot little circulations that are trying to develop in there, because this storm now, it's getting close as it's moving towards Darden Prairie. Looks like it'll probably stay just west of Cottleville. But, you know, this area definitely has some gusty winds with it right now. Highway DD, Winghaven, you're going to get in on that as this moves off to the north. So at least some hail in this area as it's moving towards the north, towards Darden Prairie. Eventually, it encompasses a good chunk, one would think, of O'Fallon before all is said and done. And it may even be developing off to the west. So we'll see if that one ends up rotating anytime soon here. Again, looking across the rest of the area, it's a smattering of showers and thunderstorms, some of which are strong to severe at this hour. One in particular, the one over here by Carlisle Lake, it has been rotating. It's had a tight circulation. That's our only warning that we have right now. But we also have a boundary. We have a warm front kind of draped across the metro area this evening. And those boundaries, whenever we have a boundary and you take a thunderstorm and physically that thunderstorm moves across that boundary, which is what we're seeing tonight, you enhance the ability for the storm to twist those winds. And we have some pretty strong updrafts with these storms. So it's not out of the question that we could pop, you know, another tornado warning here before the night's done. In the meantime, this cell over here, the one that's had our attention for a while, that's now tracking through portions of Clinton County, and you see they've trimmed up that tornado warning again. Basically, it looks like that is showing some pretty good signs of weakening at this point. We'll look and see what the winds look like. We're still seeing some circulation here. These colors are not as bright as they were. Okay, that's one item. They're not as bright as they were, and it's also kind of pulled apart a little bit. So I think overall we're beginning to see this storm weaken a bit as it's approaching. The circulation looks like it's north of Beckemeyer. There's Marydale, here's Carlisle, this is 127. I'd still be in my safe place here until this thing gets on through, but the trend is for it to weaken some, and we can see that in the last couple of images here. We've watched it. It's still producing some small hail, but I don't know that it's producing any really large hail. And I think for those of you up here in Bond County, just to kind of put your mind at ease here, this is the Clinton-Bond County line. So Greenville's up here. That's Mills. If you're in the south central portion of Bond County, I don't think you have to worry about a tornado. I think we were more concerned about you getting some of the larger hail on the northern side of this system. And I think that's kind of easing there too. That threat's easing for you. So in this area, once you cross the Clinton County line into Bond County, highly unlikely you would see, at this point, I'm not even sure you're going to get much in the way of hail. Most of that is staying to your south as this whole storm is weakening, and the rotation with this storm is weakening and broadening. And that's huge. And it may have outlasted now or run out of its support system for severe weather. That's not to say some of these other storms won't. In fact, they just put up a severe thunderstorm warning on this cell that we were just talking about here a few minutes ago. The one that's out here in St. Charles County. That's on the Page Avenue extension. Looks like it's pretty close to Highway K and Winghaven Boulevard. And you're getting out there towards Highway N, where you've got all the shops out there at Lake St. Louis. Probably some hail in here for sure. What are they saying on that one?
Yeah,
Jimmy?
60 mile per hour gust possible, radar indicated again, and quarter size hail. Right over Lake St. Louis and Dardenne Prairie, moving north at about 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, and I'll kind of get you caught into this. We'll take a closer
It'll
inspection
cross
of it.
right over Interstate 70, actually.
Yeah, it's moving over Interstate 70. We'll be here in a minute. So, let's see. Page Avenue Extension, 364. This is Highway K, all right? Looks like the hail is probably to the west of that, so that takes us out towards Bryan Road. I think we're going to talk about, Winghaven and Bryan Road being the areas more likely to see some of that larger hail as it moves to the north here. Eventually, though, this does move across Lake St. Louis, and then it's going to move up here out of Dardenne Prairie and into O'Fallon, but it's already into parts of O'Fallon right now because, O'Fallon's pretty expansive here. So this is all moving to the north right now. Maybe northeast, but it almost looked like it was moving to the northwest a little bit, and they kind of are trying to anticipate that with that warning that they issued there. So just based on where that is, and that does go up into Lincoln County too. And also, by the way, there's a pretty good cell out by the airport that looks like it might be strengthening just a little bit as well. Jimmy, that one's moving about 20, 25 miles per hour too?
The one out that's moving across Cottleville and O'Fallon looks like it's moving north at about 30 miles an hour. So that's moving due north.
Okay. So here, and again, the times may be a little bit off, but you're talking about this getting up into Old Monroe about 5 minutes after 6 o'clock. Again, in St. Paul, 5:53. So, next 5 to 10 minutes. You're already getting rain in St. Paul. That's for the severe part of the storm that's down here farther to the south, that's still south of 70.
And good news, a tornado-warned storm continues to weaken like you've been saying, so at this time they're not going to plan to issue a downstream warning on that.
Okay.
Which is great.
Yeah, that's good. So I think what we'll do, we still have a few more minutes here of nightly news to get into, and that'll also let our crews kind of reset. This storm continues to weaken, the one that has a tornado warning on it. So we don't think there's an imminent threat with that at this point. And I'll look at it one more time here, but we may be going back to get you caught up on the rest of the NBC nightly news if we can squeeze, 12 minutes of it in. But these storms around the rest of the metro area, they may be strong to severe, but at times, but right now they're not rotating. Quick check of the winds, and in particular, what's over here around, Carlisle. And that has definitely weakened considerably in the circulation. So there's no imminent threat of a tornado there right now. It looks like that circulation's weakening, the whole storm's weakening. We'll get you to NBC Nightly News, and we will see you right back here at 6 o'clock. Of course, if there's a new tornado warning issued, your Weather Impact Alert team will get you updated.
Thanks for calling Consumer Cellular, ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction.
Hi, my friend Linda has you guys and gets way better coverage than I do.
Sounds like Linda has you beat.
Not at bowling.
You're breaking up a little.
Are you really ranked #1 in coverage?
Yep. And plans start at just $20.
Oh, we could afford lessons for Linda. You're embarrassing yourself.
At least my phone works.
Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage satisfaction, and right now get your second month free. Call Consumer Cellular today.
Everyone's here for me.
Shingles doesn't care, but Shingrix protects. Only Shingrix has proven over 90% effective. Shingrix is a vaccine used to prevent shingles in adults 50 years and older. Shingrix doesn't protect everyone. It isn't for those with severe allergic reactions to its ingredients or to a previous dose. Tell your healthcare provider if you're pregnant or breastfeeding. Increased risk of Guillain-Barré syndrome was observed after getting Shingrix. Fainting can happen, so take precautions. Most common side effects are pain, redness, and swelling where injected, muscle pain, tiredness, headache, shivering, fever, and upset stomach. Ask your doctor about Shingrix today.
Liberty, liberty, liberty.
Salonpas lidocaine Flex, a super thin, flexible patch with maximum OTC strength lidocaine that contours to the body to relieve pain right where it hurts. And did we mention it really, really sticks? Salonpas, it's good medicine.
Memorial Day savings are going on now at Ashley. Summer is heating up with our incredible selection of hot buys starting at just $2.99. Plus get 0% interest for 72 months. Shop in store and online, only at Ashley.
At 1818 Wealth Advisors, our goal is to empower our clients.
This is 5 on your side at 6. Focused on you.
Our weather impact alert coverage continues. Storms are popping up all over the region, some of them severe. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Kelly Jackson, and All Red is off tonight.
And I'm Mike Bush. Those storms have produced heavy rain, strong winds, and tornado warnings. Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell is tracking it all. Scott.
Now, Jim Castillo and I have been in the Weather Impact Center this afternoon. We got a boundary across the region. One tornado warning has expired. There doesn't seem to be an imminent tornado threat, but that possibility of something else developing is there because this boundary is across the region. And you see all the thunderstorms that are lifting to the north. Right now, from about I-70 north here in St. Charles County to include out towards Wentzville and O'Fallon up through St. Paul, Oldham, Road, and Winfield. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. We've had penny-sized hail reported with this storm. There may be some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds with this as it continues to lift to the north here and heads up towards the Quiver River and into Lincoln County. That storm is strong to severe, but it's not rotating to the point where it would produce a tornado, and that's a good thing. As we look farther to the south, there are additional thunderstorms coming at us from the south. They are moving to the north, northeast. These storms are strong, but at the moment, they are staying just below severe limits. The one over here north of Carlisle that's over Carlisle Lake was the one that rotated and was producing at least what we heard was a funnel cloud at one point, but so far as we know, never had a tornado touchdown. There are more of these storms that will come this evening. They'll be more scattered during the next few hours, and then later tonight, as we head towards 10, 11 o'clock, we're going to get what's left down to the south coming in. But there is the potential now through 10, 11 o'clock, some of these storms might produce a brief tornado in addition to some hail and some wind. Obviously, the commute's been a mess this afternoon, and so you'll need some extra time getting around. Here's your tornado watch. It does include the metro area. That's set to go until 10 o'clock. And here's the big mess that's been down to our south today. That is going to be working our way as we head into the overnight hours. Doubt that that will be severe, but it's going to produce some more heavy rain for us on top of already saturated ground. Right now, western portions of St. Charles County, especially along and north of 70, up into Lincoln County, a severe thunderstorm warning in effect.
And meteorologist Tracy Hinson is monitoring conditions from our storm tracker. So Tracy, where are you now and what are you seeing?
Alrighty, so I am on Interstate 70 right now, headed towards the airport. Just about every road we've been on, Mike, has had some major slowdowns. You can see the other lane of traffic is moving along just fine, but as storms have come through today, there have been heavy downpours. At one point, we were driving probably about 10 miles an hour. That was on 55 in Arnold. Right now, we're sort of in between all of these storms that have moved through, and kind of like a perfect circle right now around us. Some to the south, some off to the west, a few to the east, and just a couple to the north as well. So with these storms, traffic has moved very slowly. We have not seen, now we have seen a couple of emergency vehicles that have been driving along on the shoulder. We have not come across any accidents, but there definitely has been some major slowdowns today on the roadways due to this very heavy rainfall. It is not particularly fun to drive in. Another thing to note as well is we have not come across any hail so far yet. That's why, none of these storms have really grown to be severe. Winds have certainly been a little bit stronger, but no hail so far, and we have not seen any rotation. Back to you.
And you can get the weather impact forecast sent straight to your phone. Just text the word weather to 314-425-5355 and we'll send you a link.
Tonight we have an update to a disturbing case of child sex abuse out of St. Louis County. One more child has come forward against a former daycare employee, and the daycare is fighting to stay open. Justina Coronel is joining us from the newsroom to share the latest update on this case out of Webster Groves. Justina?
Well, Kelly, Christopher Titus has been behind bars since the first allegation last month. When he was initially charged, he admitted to engaging in various sex acts. However, last week in court, he pleaded not guilty. Tonight, we hear from one mom who's doing everything she can to protect her kids.
They had one job, and that was to keep my child safe, and they failed.
That's why Kelly Anzalone withdrew her 2 little ones from Here We Grow Early Care and Education in Webster Groves. The kids were under Titus's supervision.
We wanted to make it very clear that we are standing on the right side of this and that we are standing with the victims and their parents.
Standing with 2 victims, a 6- and 7-year-old. Former daycare employee Christopher Titus is indicted by a grand jury with 5 charges, 2 counts of sodomy and 3 counts of child molestation. Police believe this happened at the daycare.
The officers are doing some interviews, talking to the parents, and we're getting word out to parents past and present during the time that Mr. Titus was working there.
Anzalone trusted the daycare, only to notice red flags in retrospect. In a recent investigation by the state, one staff member claimed Titus was adamant about taking all the girls to the bathroom.
Well, as this school year went on, the other early morning little girls that were drop-offs were also coming to the bathroom when I was there, which now, of course, makes me think they knew that they were safe because I was there.
Anzalone worries, what about her kids?
Both of the victims that have came forward are now school-age young girls, and developmentally they are where they can share that. It could be years, possibly, until my child is able to even tell me if something did happen.
She's following this case closely, continuing to seek answers and accountability.
And for Chris, I just hope that he rots in prison. I'm so glad that those victims came forward, and I'm so glad that their parents are able to see, justice play out.
Now, the state is trying to revoke the daycare's license, and the daycare director has appealed that decision. Attorneys for Titus say they cannot comment at this time. His next court date is June 23rd.
The Real ID deadline is looming. There is only 1 week left until you need to trade in your photo ID for a real ID. And 5 on your side's Megan Kernan joins us now in studio with how people in Missouri and Illinois are running into problems just trying to get one. Right, Megan?
That's right, Mike. I went to DMVs in Illinois and Missouri today, and the message was clear. People are either confused or overwhelmed. Starting May 7th, your standards driver's license won't cut it at airports, military bases, and federal buildings. You'll need a real ID.
I already have my real ID.
So far, only 45% of Missourians with a driver's license have a real ID. Some say it was an easy process.
Be patient, because you're going to need it.
While others say it's a hassle.
Very frustrating process.
And some people didn't even know what the real ID is.
The deadline is a week from today.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Do you still need to get your real ID?
I certainly do.
All right, well, you better get on it.
Oh, my goodness.
At the downtown St. Louis DMV, Paul Robinson gave up trying after waiting 2 hours in line.
Well, I tried to get my real ID at one place. They said I need certain forms. I didn't have those forms, so I left, got those forms. I came down here, but all the DMVs are crowded, so I'm going to try again tomorrow morning.
To get a real ID, you'll need to bring your birth certificate or passport, proof of your social security number, 2 pieces of mail with proof of your address, like a utility bill, and a marriage license if your name has changed. Trish Vincent, the Missouri Department of Revenue Director, says it's an easy process as long as you have the correct documents.
That's why we're encouraging people to think ahead. Don't go in and not bring something and get frustrated.
And if you're planning a trip, Vincent recommends going to the DMV at least a month in advance.
If they bring those documents in, they walk out with a paper copy, but in 5 to 7 days, they will have their real ID.
I'm going to try to come back. You got to, because I travel.
If you haven't gotten your real ID yet, be prepared for long wait times. I saw one woman dropping off food to a friend waiting inside the DMV today. And if you miss the deadline, don't panic. You can still fly with a valid passport, but TSA warns expect longer delays and extra screenings.
Thanks, Megan. Mayor Kara Spencer appointed an interim streets director this afternoon as the current director resigned effective today. Longtime former streets director Jim Suleman is coming back to oversee the department and the appointment of a permanent person to take his place. He ran the department from 1985 to 2006 under 4 different mayors. Spencer says he is known for expanding the paving program and changing the snow removal policy.
Believe it or not, we have a lot of the same systems in place from when Mr. Stulman was here. He knows a lot of the folks. Our team has spoken not only with him, but the folks that he'll be leading. There's a lot of familiarity with him.
Spencer was critical of the previous streets director, Bethany Williams, following the snowstorm in January, but says Williams stepped down on her own volition.
Coming up, the Loop Trolley getting ready to roll for the season. The new incentive to help you explore everything the Loop has to offer at a discount.
Plus, a couple of fishermen make a catch of a lifetime. How their quick thinking saved a woman.
Our weather impact alert continues now across the St. Louis area. Here's the deal. We have scattered thunderstorms across the region. Some of them are strong. They just dropped that severe thunderstorm warning as the storm going out of St. Charles into Lincoln County has weakened just a hair. And otherwise, you're looking at these storms all lifting towards the north-northeast. None of them seem to be rotating right now, but downpours, the potential for hail, gusty winds, that's still a potential. And some could start rotating, and so we can't rule out a brief tornado. Tornado watch is in effect for St. Louis until 10 o'clock tonight.
Thanks, Scott. The St. Louis County Animal Care and Control Adoption Center is closed following an outbreak of parvo. The potentially deadly virus was found in 5 dogs at the shelter. All are doing well and being closely monitored by veterinarians. Right now, staff members are deep cleaning the building and vaccinating any unvaccinated animals and administering vaccine boosters. The shelter is expected to reopen tomorrow.
The Loop Trolley season begins tomorrow. The route has 10 stops between the University City Library and the Missouri History Museum in Forest Park. And you can ride for free. That's not all. There's another new incentive to ride this year.
The Trolley Passport program is a digital coupon booklet that gives you access to deals and promotions to local businesses throughout the loop on the Loop Trolley.
Trolley runs on a fixed track, so drivers and cyclists are being reminded to keep a safe distance.
Nearly 2,000 YMCA leaders are in St. Louis this week for a 3-day conference. They're meeting at America Center. Attendees will also visit local Ys and participate in community service projects across the region.
We've got a group at Campus Y that are making blankets. We've got a group at Del Mar Divine doing some work down there. We've got a group at a community garden over in East St. Louis.
The conference is expected to pump $2.5 million into the local economy. Visitors are staying downtown, so they'll take in a Cardinals game and enjoy local food. The event wraps up with a celebration at the Arch.
Coming up, a dramatic rescue, how two brothers saved a woman swept away by floodwaters.
There's an all-new SNL this Saturday.
Live TV, anything can happen.
Anything.
So much can happen. Like, tell them what could happen.
Anything.
Like, specifically, like, what could happen?
Sketches.
Yeah, like jokes.
Music. Maybe a wig falls off.
Dang, wig falls off.
Live.
selling brand in the St. Louis area.
Tonight, first responders are calling two brothers in Clinton County, Illinois, heroes. Their quick thinking helped save a woman who was swept out of her car by flash flooding.
5 on your side's Holden Kerwicki spoke to the brothers who credited years of fishing on the Kaskaskia River with helping them save a life.
Airport Road, just outside of Damiansville, may be dry today. But according to Brandon and Lucas Wooby, anytime it rains,
oh, it floods. It's not real deep, but that current, little bit of current, that'll just rip your car off the road.
April 21st, the brothers were in the yard talking when they heard an unfamiliar noise.
Heard something screaming, but we got some new neighbors and they're a little loud sometimes, so didn't think nothing of it. And then all of a sudden our other neighbors down the road here, they were flying down there like maybe something's wrong.
According to Clinton County Sheriff Dan Travis, a couple drove around the barricades before their car was washed off the road by flash flooding and the woman inside was swept away.
Well, nobody knew where she was at. They didn't know if she was still in the car or if she was swept down the water.
The brothers rushed home, only to return minutes later with a boat that they unloaded right into a nearby ditch.
We couldn't see hardly 10 feet in front of us. I mean, it's pitch black out there. And the current was fast. I do not want to really drive in those currents.
Despite the conditions, they were quickly able to locate the woman 100 yards off the road and roughly 30 yards from her car.
Luckily, she found some vegetation and was holding on and wasn't floating. I didn't know if she was going to freak out when we got to her or what. And I was like, yeah, I better put a life jacket on. That way we can save ourselves too. She was still holding on to the tree, so I had told her, I'm like, gotta let go. And once I got a good hold on her, Brandon got off the motor and came up and we both just helped her in.
After rushing the woman to EMTs waiting on the road, the brothers were praised as heroes by first responders.
They epitomize of what most of the youth of Clinton County is what we're so proud of.
Everybody was making it a big deal, and I'm like, I drive a boat every day almost, so to me it's not anything new.
Reporting in Damiansville, Illinois, Holden Kerwicki, 5 on your side.
And Sheriff Travis told 5 on Your Side he is planning to honor them at the May 19th Clinton County Board meeting. As for the car, the owners are responsible for having it removed once the field dries out.
It's been a very active afternoon into the evening. Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell, and the evening is far from over.
Oh yeah, it's going to be a long evening. We will be streaming on 5+. If we don't have tornado warnings, we'll still be on 5+. If we do have tornado warnings, we'll of course be back with you on the air. Now through midnight, it looks like this potential's around. The severe storms, that includes hail, wind, that's possible. Also a tornado is possible. It's not going to be widespread or likely, but some of the storms are going to pack a punch, and of course, this is going to continue not only tonight, but we have more scattered showers and thunderstorms again for tomorrow, and even a few showers lingering into Friday. I don't know when they'll get the car out of that field. All right, here's what we're dealing with here. Warm front's trying to lift through the region right now. South of that warm front, these storms have more instability to work with. As storms interact with this boundary, they tend to try to rotate a little bit. This one had a warning on it for a severe thunderstorm. That was since canceled. It's below severe limits as it's going from Old Monroe up Highway 79, working through portions of Lincoln County there. Got a few more over here towards Godfrey, Lewis and Clark Community College, over towards Staunton, Illinois, Hamel, Illinois, just north of Edwardsville, getting back around the metro. Those were the storms that came through the metro. Now we have a few more here on the south side. They're not especially heavy, but some downpours in here, especially going up from Pacific into the Wildwood area. That's the pesky cell. It still has some rotation, but it's broad, so we're not worried about that one at this point here over towards Patoka. That, though, may go south of Vandalia, and you may still have some smaller hail out of it. Then we have more scattered thunderstorms down to the south here. These have better instability to work with. No imminent signs that they're severe at this point, but there is always that potential that they could grow to that level. Because this boundary is lingering around St. Louis, tornado watch is in effect from the metro area onto the east into Illinois. Once we get done with the batch of storms that we're dealing with now, we will watch this other large area of showers and thunderstorms. It's down over Arkansas, coming into southwestern Missouri, head our way. Right now, a lot of clouds. You had the heavy rain slide across parts of St. Charles County, especially out around O'Fallon, out towards Lake St. Louis, reports of penny-size hail. So for the remainder of the evening, you have this smattering of showers and thunderstorms, and then by the time we get to late this evening, gets more into a bit more of a widespread kind of scenario, but also the severe risk looks to lower some later tonight. Not that there won't be a strong storm or it won't wake you up, because we have the thunder in the middle of the night, it always does. But it looks like the worst of the severe weather threat will happen this evening. Tomorrow, there's still a chance of a strong to severe thunderstorm, especially from about the metro area down over southeast Missouri into portions of Illinois. We keep our weather impact alert going tomorrow until we see what that thing can do. Good news is by the time we get to Friday, the rain chances actually start to diminish some. That's a look at our cameras around the region right now, showing a lot of clouds, limited sunshine, showers and thunderstorms this evening. They'll be widespread later tonight, and then tomorrow it's much more scattered, and then it's isolated to scattered on Friday without the severe weather threat. And knock on wood, we should be dry this weekend. Not especially warm.
Can't get to the weekend fast enough.
Yeah,
Lord,
exactly.
you're not kidding.
Dry is what we need.
All right, coming up, you don't have to travel south of the border to learn about Mexico. Just head to Kirkwood.
The Magic House opened a new hands-on exhibit today celebrating the rich culture of Mexico.
Kids can dance, play, and create as they explore different parts of Mexican life. They'll visit a colorful market filled with arts, crafts, pretend, street food, and fresh produce. In the kitchen, they can cook traditional Mexican dishes. At school, they'll learn about Mexico's rich history and even make their own Mexican flag. The exhibit is open through January 26th.
And Scott has one final check of our weather impact alert.
Okay, so we still have scattered showers and thunderstorms right at this very moment. None of them around the area are severe. A few of them are strong. Bless you, but not severe. By the way, the tree pollen's high and the mosquito forecast, yeah, all this rain, you know what's going to happen. All of these storms are going to be with us through the evening hours, coming and going, not continuous, but the potential's there. Some of them will produce some gusty winds and some hail. So coming up on 5+ here, and we're probably going to go on 5+ for an extended period tonight. As long as these storms are in the area, you'll be able to come and either hear me rambling on about them or get a look at the radar as to what's going on.
And the whole idea is to keep people safe.
Yeah, we're going to keep everybody informed.
And there you have it, 5 on your side at 6.
We will see you back here at 10.
Continue with us on 5+. Download on your TV and watch for free.
5 on your side closed captioning is sponsored by St. Charles Automotive.
Alrighty, welcome in. We are going to be busy this evening, and I'm going to take my coat off because we're going to be here for a while, I think, through the night. The good news is we don't have any warnings right now that are in effect across the area, but we're still on our weather impact alert. There is a tornado watch that encompasses much of the area right now, including St. Louis. So at least through midnight, this round of our severe weather, through about 10 o'clock to midnight, there's still the potential we're going to have some storms with gusty winds, maybe some hail. We've had some with hail, and there's the potential we'll have a couple of tornadoes too. We had that one storm that for more than an hour was spinning across parts of St. Clair County into Clinton County, and it was only moving 20 to 25 miles per hour. That's a big difference with these storms compared to all the other severe weather we've had this spring. All the other times, we've had really fast-moving storms, and in this case, not so much so. So we needed extra commutes for both times today. Hopefully tomorrow, honestly, we're hopeful that tomorrow, even though we're still in a weather impact alert tomorrow, that we at least get a little bit of a break from the potential of these stronger thunderstorms during a rush hour, so we can not have so many problems on the roads. You're looking up here into Lincoln County, northern St. Charles County. That's the storm that's kind of lifting on to the north right now, and it's going to push. That had a warning on it. It's going to continue to push on towards the north. Had a warning earlier for some gusty winds and some hail, but subsequently the storm kind of weakened. It just pulsed up a little bit, and then that was it, and boom, you know, it kind of died down. So if I take this up, I'll move it down a little bit so you can see for our friends here up east of Troy. That's where most of this is. Wind field went across you right along the Mississippi River. And that's pretty much it for that one. Okay.
Tornado warning coming for, looks like the Vernon storm. So it's over Vernon, a wall cloud there.
Vernon, which?
So Illinois.
Okay.
There it is. It just popped up.
Okay. Marion and Fayette counties. Well, it's that same blessed storm system. Okay, we're right here on it. Hey, Jeffrey, are you listening? Guess what we got to do? We got a tornado warning, so we're going to have to go back on.
Until 7:15.
Until 7:15.
Tornado over Patoka, or 14 miles southeast of Greenville.
Is it just radar indicated?
Yes, radar indicated. Now, somebody did say there was a wall cloud.
Okay.
But, you know, we've seen that before.
25 mile per hour winds or 25 movement? For this for an extended period. So this one is for Patoka. It's around Patoka, actually northwest of Patoka, that circulation, and moving towards Kaskaskia. This is over into far northern Marion County and up into Fayette County in Illinois. So we're going to bump in here on TV, but I don't know that we're going to stay on TV for an extended period of time. I'm ready. Well, just like that, the one cell that has been the one cell that has been a problem all afternoon long is still a problem. It started rotating again, so we've got a new tornado warning here. This includes far northwestern portions of Marion County, although as you go northwest of Patoka, I'm thinking you're probably going to miss out on that circulation. More concerned with the area around Kaskaskia. Now, this storm is not as large as it was, but by kind of shriveling up a little bit, maybe that's enhancing its ability to spin somewhat. So when we look at the wind profile on this, we are finding that circulation showing up here just to the west of the Marion County border there in Fayette County. We'll do the storm rotation. You can kind of see there, and we switch radars and you see it from a different vantage point. We've got 3 different radars we can look at for that, but they're all kind of in the same place with the circulation pretty close to Pope, Illinois, okay? And that is moving towards the area around Kaskaskia. So what we'll do is for that circulation, we're going to put a time on that and a track on that, and we'll give it a broad kind of track. But these are the towns that would be impacted by that. Augsburg, Wilburton, you're heading over towards Lone Grove and over towards St. Peter eventually, okay? So this is far northern portions of Marion County and far southern sections of Fayette County. That's your rotation right now that's pretty close to Pope. This is west of Highway 51, and this is for the northwest corner of Marion County as well as into portions of Fayette County, just into Fayette County right now. So that circulation's going to be pretty much Boat Dock Road and north up and along US 51. The storm kind of has a little hook look to it there. But again, this is one of those radar indicated tornadoes that we're seeing right now. There's not a huge circulation here that looks overly problematic. As we kind of switch back and forth between the radars, we can see it's definitely showing up and it's definitely there. Pretty close to Pope. Again, the path is going to take it towards Kaskaskia, a lot of farm country out here. But if you're in the path of this storm, as it's working across far northwestern portions of Marion County and the southern portions of Fayette County here, you want to be in your safe place, especially from Kaskaskia down 51 to north of Patoka. You want to get into your safe spot. That's as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is radar indicated rotation right now. I'm thinking because we've seen this kind of perk up and then die out and perk up and die out, are we seeing we've got a wall cloud being reported with it, Jimmy? Is that what we're hearing?
Funnel cloud, yeah, there was a wall cloud, and now there is a funnel cloud reported with it.
They're still reporting a funnel cloud with it. which could, of course, touch down at any moment. This is why we're here for that tornado warning. Northwestern portions of Marion County, southern portions of Fayette County. Again, we look at it, looks like it's shifted just a little farther to the east there along County Road 500 and headed towards County Road 700 in this far southwestern portion of Fayette County, about ready to cross into far northwestern portions of Marion County, and that's northwest of Patoka. Looks like the storm track would more likely be north of Oak here and southwest or south of Augsburg, Kaskaskia, just kind of taking that on a northeast, maybe Augsburg and Wilburton in the direct path of that. But again, you're talking about some pretty rural areas here off to the east of St. Louis. Now, we're going to take a look elsewhere and otherwise across the region because we have a large number of showers and thunderstorms around St. Louis. That one, of course, is also the only one that has a warning on it. There are others down to the south right now. Everything is kind of moving to the northeast at this point. What's in the metro area is not severe, just the one tornado warning here that's off to the east of us. And I think what we're going to do, based on the structure of this storm, I'm just kind of looking at it here, you know, I don't know.
Not as tight.
It's not as tight as, I mean, it's a fairly tight circulation. And of course, you got to keep in mind, we're a long way away from the radar out here too. No matter which radar we pick, we're kind of on the fringes of the different radars. That one's looking from Evansville, Indiana right now. When we look at it from St. Louis, you can still see that circulation out there. Okay, and so I'm looking at the hook here. I'll give you the timeline again. They're only moving about 25 miles per hour. We're going to time out the whole storm. You know, this is all of it. So in Kaskaskia, you would be north of the tornado. That tornado would be right in here if it's actually happening. That's where the rotation is. So, but this storm also doesn't look as impressive as some storms that we have seen so far. But the tornado warning is for far northwestern portions of Marion County and then this chunk of Fayette County as well here on the Illinois side of the river. And when we just kind of broaden that out, yes, the tornado warning does include Vandalia. It's doubtful that circulation would make it that far north. Okay, but I do think you could get some hail here between Vandalia and Kaskaskia. Circulation's going to be right here, probably just off to the east of Pope and likely traveling towards Highway 51 farther to the east. So this is the tornado warning in effect until 7:15 tonight. Some hail indicated with this, but not a huge amount. Well, look at the turbulence in there, and kind of where that turbulence is showing up in there is also where our, storm rotation is. So there very well could be something right in that area here. And again, that's pretty close to Pope, and that's going off towards the northeast. So that takes it towards Kaskaskia or just south of Kaskaskia with more of that turbulent kind of area here. We look at the shear markers, and we're not seeing huge amounts of shear showing up with that at this point. But again, the National Weather Service has issued this tornado warning for northwestern Marion County and the southern portions of Fayette County because of that circulation right there. So just zooming in on exactly where that is. And, this is between Patoka and Kaskaskia off to the east of Pope, Illinois. This is off to the east of Carlisle Lake, and this is running towards the east-northeast. So it's going to be right along the Marion and Fayette County lines here, which, of course, Fayette County kind of notches down here a little bit. So we're into Fayette County, but that circulation's starting to push right now into the far northwest corner of Marion County. And again, it's not the most impressive circulation we've seen today, but because spotters are reporting a funnel, and you do have that little bit of a hook here, so there is the potential. We have a tornado in this area. Certainly you want to be in your safe spot, right? As many walls between you and the outside as possible as we track this storm across northwest Marion County and into southern portions of
There's a picture
Fayette
coming
County.
in from Patoka High School too. If you
from
check
earlier.
out that.
I didn't see that. Right there.
It's right here, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't see that. It's behind you. So here is the broader perspective. There's our tornado warning. This is the same pesky cell that went across Clinton County, also went across St. Clair County and was rotating, and that boundary's still kind of out here, meandering across the metro area too. At the same time, we have more storms coming up from the south. We're not sure if these storms coming up from the south are going to be able to maintain their strength. We've had some downpours in St. Louis. We've had some strong storms. But initially, these are scattered storms that we're dealing with this evening. And then you kind of get into this big area here back to the west that's just now approaching Rolla. That's a more widespread area that will be with us later tonight and into the overnight hours. And you can kind of see that on the Springfield radar there. So that's looking from Springfield. But our one tornado warning here is over for this cell that's rotating and spinning across areas of far southern portions of Fayette County and far northwestern portions of Marion County. The storm's kind of spinning around Pope now, and it's headed towards Kaskaskia. That's County Road 700. Here's County Road 500. Circulation somewhere in here, and that's going to head towards Highway 51. There's probably some hail in here as well. When we look at the velocity and the winds, there is some rotation there for sure. The hail markers are not showing big hail, certainly not any larger than nickels or quarters with this. But again, it looks like we might actually be seeing that storm strengthen just a little bit with this last scan. And that's one of the reasons why we're staying on with you, is because we believe we were starting to see this in its formative stage, and if it's going to touch down, it most likely will be touching down in the next few minutes as it moves off to the east and to the northeast. Let's see if we got a new storm wind mode here. We do, but it's still showing that circulation. It's still reasonably tight circulation here. When we're as far away as we are from the radar, we're looking higher up in the clouds. Now, I know this is a rural area. You're talking about our friends over in Kaskaskia, Illinois, and down towards Pope, Illinois, and north of Patoka here, northwest of Patoka, Leicester, Augsburg, Wilburton, all in this warning too. But just remember, if this was in St. Louis, we would be doing the same thing in keeping you informed, just like we're trying to keep our friends off to the east informed with these storms. Now, there's the northern reaches of Carlisle Lake that this storm went across. And so it's now pretty much out of the Carlisle Lake area. But that's your tornado warned storm. The reason we have the warning on it is for that circulation, which is right there where Marion County and Fayette County come together on the Fayette County 90-degree turn there. So this is going to be right over Highway 51 and probably passing just south of Kaskaskia, Illinois in about the next 10 minutes or so. Okay, there's not a lot of towns out this way. There's some, but you're talking about this impacting right along the Marion-Fayette County line. Here's US 51 running north and south. This is Augsburg. This is 900 Avenue here, East 900 Avenue. That's County Road 725E once you jaunt off that way. All right, so this area here, where you have a lot of farm fields, potential for seeing a tornado, but that also means we have some folks that live in these areas. And when we kind of get a little bit tighter, there's Fayette Road, all right, there's US 51, Whitehaven Road, Klein Road. This is where that circulation is coming right now. So if there is a tornado, this is where it is. You need to be in your safe place. County Road 700 runs east-west here. That's Burks Road, Seven Hills Road. There's East 800 Avenue. Here's the town of Augsburg. Kaskaskia, of course, a bigger town. You go down 51. There's another little spot right here. We're looking at that circulation's pretty close in here. Along Vine Street in this area, Broadway Street. The circulation's just to your north, and I think that's just kind of north of Patoka there. So It's still showing up, still looks like a reasonably tight rotation. Storm showing some signs here of intensifying, so potentially producing a tornado as it's hooking here. We have reports of a funnel cloud with that area. We're going to look at the debris signature. Doesn't show anything right now. Turbulence still shows a lot of turbulence out ahead of where that circulation may be. So this is the area where we're thinking that circulation is, and you're seeing a large amount of turbulence showing up here with the turbulence detector. And so with that, and coupled with the fact that you do have pretty tight rotation in this area here at this moment, that increases our confidence that something either is happening with this storm or is about to happen with this storm in terms of producing a tornado. And again, it's right along the Marion and Fayette County lines here in Illinois, just to the west of US 51. That is where that storm is right now. Much more of a hook.
There's a little video of rotation for sure with that.
Oh yeah, you can see definitely. Definitely seeing some rotation that with that storm as it continues to rotate over there.
Nothing touching the ground yet. And again, thank goodness. But this is that same cell that was
sure
over
is.
Mascoutah.
You know? And you see how it's kind of strengthened here just a little bit. This is the one that went through St. Clair County, one across Clinton County. Now it's made its way all the way over here into Marion and Fayette County, southern Fayette County. Honestly, you know, it's not even driving, it's not even close to the speed limit here. But this circulation is getting pretty close to being into Kaskaskia. So this is where, okay, yeah, that's where your circulation is right now. Somewhere right in this area south of Kaskaskia. So we have our rotation here. If there's going to be a tornado, that's your spot. It's going to be crossing over 51 here in the next few minutes. 51 running north and south. Augsburg would be one spot to watch here. I'd be in my safe place if I was in Kaskaskia. This is north, circulation is north of Patoka right now. So in probably the next 7 or 8 minutes, the circulation's mostly going to be across the Marion-Fayette County line and into Fayette County. So that's your rotation. That's the part of the storm that we see kind of hooking here. And if anything, maybe it's kind of trying to fill in. So we may look at this circulation either tighten up or weaken a bit. When circulations get tight, it's a bigger threat. When they weaken, it's a lesser threat. Right now, it's a pretty doggone tight circulation here just to the southwest of Kaskaskia. And so we're going to zoom back in here and kind of look out ahead of that. Augsburg, you need to be in your safe place now too. Kaskaskia, it looks like it's just south of town rotating there. This is County Road 1100, 1200, and 1300. This is 700, 800, 900. It's lovely how the way they have things done in a nice grid over here in Fayette County. Just keep this in mind. That storm's moving east, northeast, so Augsburg in the path of that circulation. It may or may not be producing a tornado. We've seen pictures with the clouds awfully low to the ground, and they are spinning, and that's a problem. So you need to be in your safe place over here. This tornado warning set to go until 7:15 tonight. And again, you may be getting some hail in Kaskaskia and perhaps south of Vandalia. In Vandalia, you will not have to worry about a tornado. Okay, this area up on the north side of this storm, you are not going to be dealing with a tornado with this. That's going to stay to your south for sure, okay? Even the heaviest rain looks to be staying to your south. It probably goes just off to the east and southeast, so you need not worry there. Back to the west of this storm, once you get on the west side of this storm, then your threat of severe weather is over. It's out ahead of it, and specifically this area just south of Kaskaskia along US 51 where the circulation is. And that's where we have the problem area. And that's where we're continuing to monitor for the potential of a tornado here. So just kind of looking at it, and we look at it together, you know, because it's strengthened a little bit, We're sticking with it here. Let's give it a broad path. This is the broader perspective here for a timeline of, kind of giving a range of where that tornado might be if it's there. Augsburg's definitely in the path, and you're the next ones in the path in about 5 minutes. Wilburton coming in at 7:02, Lone Grove at about 7:14. Now, just in this last minute, you see we got an update. So, and it looks like we may have the winds may have updated, just maybe not quite as strong as they were spinning. They're spinning stronger there, and picking up, and then maybe not quite as strong. So the Weather Service is trimming up this warning and trimming it down a little bit at this point on the back edge. But we still have a strong storm here that potentially is producing a tornado. Also, now we're seeing the hail signature ramp up. Kaskaskia going out of downtown Kaskaskia up 51. That's going to be moving over here towards County Road 1200 and up towards East 1600 Avenue or 1160 Avenue. And that's going to push towards the northeast. So your hail pretty much, I think that's going to go over towards Confidence and Otsego and not so much into Vandalia. Vandalia, you do not have to worry about a tornado with this. It's all to your south, mainly this part of the storm right here. And again, the winds are showing us that there's definitely gate-to-gate circulation here and the potential that you're spinning something up. Want to get back to the rest of the area. That one cell has had, I thought, what, 4 or 5 tornado warnings on it this afternoon?
The only one, yes,
and
that
that's
continues.
the only one that's really been able to rotate and take advantage of the wind field that's out there. These storms that are up here into Macoupin and Montgomery counties are strong. There's another strong storm here, a couple of them, back into St. Charles County, but they don't look severe. We also have some stronger storms down towards Farmington, another one coming out of Washington County down towards Merrimack Caverns, but none of those look severe, and they don't look like they're, strengthening much, if any. They're kind of holding their own, or they're morphing, weakening, and then strengthening in a different form, but none of that looks severe. The one thing we're worried about is that potential right there for the cell that you see over, mostly over southern Fayette County right now. This is the one that has the tornado warning on it.
Check out the hail on that. That's
now let's see
the
what the hail
biggest
looks
I've
like.
seen all night.
Yeah, and it's a little removed from the hail core and where it's showing up on the radar. It's a little bit different. I think the hail core is just a little bit farther north based on this radar, but let's go back to that. Yeah, it should be farther to the north. So you're getting that big hail, probably up to the size, maybe ping pong ball, just based on that. When we look at the winds with this, we still have that rotation right around Kaskaskia. Okay, it's just along 900 Avenue and along 51. And that's what's moving to the northeast. So that's going to be crossing 900 Avenue here in a little bit. Augsburg, Kaskaskia, y'all need to be in your safe places right now, inside, away from windows and doors. I wouldn't suspect that this is going to be a large tornado. But having said that, we got a situation here where this thing is trying so hard to produce a tornado. And we're getting a lot of spotters telling us that on National Weather Service chat. So that's what we continue with this tornado warning. And I think it's mainly in Fayette County. I think out of, once you cross the border into Marion County, anything that's tracking that's a problem is generally in this area here. And kind of the circulation's jumping out ahead of where we see the larger hail. That's hail. That's some pretty big hail, one would think, just to the northeast of Kaskaskia, maybe to ping pong ball size at this point.
And Sheriff says in that area, a tornado trying to touch the ground. I don't know what he's seeing, but
so he must be seeing a pretty good funnel. And we can see there's a couple of areas here. There's one out there on the leading edge, and there's kind of the older circulation back here. Now, this also could be some radar artifacts. Everything we see on radar, we have to try to interpret it, and we do the best we can. but it looks like we may be trying to jump circulations here. Maybe one's dying and one's reforming out ahead of it. And I just say that because when we add on the reflectivity, you know, we had a nice little hook that was starting to get organized, and now it's gone back to more of a blob versus a hook. But it's all pretty much north of the Marion-Fayette County line right now, almost exclusively. So I think in Marion County, you're fine. You don't have to worry about this. I'm going to kind of switch radars here so I can see from different vantage points. Let me see if we can get that's, yeah, Central Illinois there. And that's Evansville. So yeah, they're all showing about the same thing. The storm has really intensified quite a bit here in the last few minutes, and you see that hail. It's probably a hair north maybe of that, but Kaskaskia, I'm going to think we're going to get some big hail reports in here from this area in the next few minutes. Still looks like you got a couple of spots that have some pretty tight rotation. One's coming into Augsburg, the other one's between Kaskaskia and Augsburg right now. And so that's 900 Avenue. So we got two areas that we have to watch for the potential circulation. You would think one or the other will eventually take over and take the lead and become the main dominant rotation, but we don't know that yet. So that's why we have this tornado warning right now, and that's why you should be in your safe place in Augsburg and over towards Wilburton. 41 lightning strikes out of this. Jim, you were telling me a little bit ago that you had some reports of power outages back in Clinton County with these storms.
Yeah, Clinton County, 1,400 plus without power from the only county that actually has had the big power outages.
Okay, so
Clinton
1,400. And we don't know if that's from wind damage. We don't know. We just know that we have the power outages being reported there. Tornado warning continues here, particularly for Fayette County in Illinois. That circulation is still there. It still looks pretty tight. If anything, it may be cycling through this go round. We know the hail has picked up with the storm, and since the hail has picked up with the storm, that also lends itself into knowing that the storm is strengthening somewhat. So again, for our friends over in Augsburg and Wilburton and going east of Kaskaskia, yes, it's still probably pouring in Kaskaskia, if not hailing a little bit, but you still need to be inside away from windows and doors with this storm. Okay, our weather impact alert continues because this storm potentially producing a tornado as it's working its way towards Augsburg, towards Wilburton, eventually towards Confidence. That's County Road 1175 coming south out of Vandalia down towards Augsburg. Kaskaskia, your circulation there, potentially a circulation towards Augsburg. Two showing up on the radar, not sure which one might be the dominant one, but at any point this storm is producing some large hail and also producing that tightly wound rotation with it. And so especially along Highway 900, County Road 900, that's what you need to be paying attention to right now. Wilburton, Augsburg, Confidence. Those are the three places we'd be most concerned with at this moment. Again, when we look across the region, kind of bringing it back out, there are other thunderstorms out here, even in the metro area. What's going on in St. Charles County right now, that doesn't look severe. What's going on in West St. Louis County doesn't look severe. This down in Franklin County, they're strong storms, but they don't look severe, and that's also the case down into St. Genevieve County. We'll watch these scattered storms. Tornado watch is in effect around St. Louis and then going eastbound through 10 o'clock tonight. That tornado watch in effect because the conditions appear favorable that any of these storms that can get just the right environment start doing what this storm has done a few times today, and that is rotate and start to create tighter rotation that could end up being a tornado. So that's why you have the tornado warning right now. Again, mainly for Fayette County versus Marion County. The storm's mostly in Fayette County. I don't see any threat now for northern portions of Marion County. And very soon, it will be out of the 5 on your side area, which is good news. And we won't have to continue on TV. So there you go. Hail right now between Vandalia and Augsburg, probably getting some hail up to the size of at least quarters, maybe a little larger than that. You got a couple of areas where we're seeing some rotation. Some of that's a little tighter. So the potential's there that we could be spinning up a tornado. We've had several reports from spotters out there talking about wall clouds that they have seen and funnel clouds that they've seen. And the sheriff saying, trying to touch a tornado, trying to touch the ground. And we still see some pretty good gate-to-gate shear there, where we have the tight winds towards and away from the radar site. They're really tight, indicating that circulation's tight. And that's our radar indication that there's a potential tornado. So it's a radar-indicated tornado cell that continues across Fayette County right now and is about ready. That circulation, there's actually a couple of them we could identify, but Augsburg, it looks like maybe it's more focused now to your northwest. So Confidence, Wilburton, and south of Vandalia here, really Otsego. You're not going to have a tornado in Vandalia. You need not worry about that that's probably the most populated area there. But along our county roads here, on the road from Otsego down towards Augsburg, over to Wilburton, and west of Confidence, you might be able to see this thing circulating at this point. There's definitely rotation in there. All right, it's kind of looking like the rotation's more rain-wrapped than it was a little bit ago, but now with this last scan, you almost start to see, are we getting, more of a hook in here? It's trying very hard to produce some damage in this area. Now, we don't know if a tornado actually touched down in Clinton County, but judging by the 1,400 customers without power, something happened. We don't know the extent of what that something was. We never got any reports out of Clinton County, but a lot of times those reports are delayed. So we kind of trim up this warning now so that we take Marion County out of it altogether, and just for Fayette County. So let's see if we can get another perspective. There's a different shot from the radar. Maybe not looking quite as impressive from central Illinois' radar as it does from the Evansville, and especially there. And then I think this is the St. Louis. St. Louis is kind of on the very edge of it.
Okay, at least Marion County is now taken out of it, which is good, but Fayette County's still in it.
But see, the problem that we have with this storm way over here, generally where it is, it's so far away from the radar site, we're not really scanning towards the bottom of the clouds. We're up in the clouds, a little bit higher than where that tornado would be. So that's still some pretty good circulation and rotation showing up there. So along Illinois 185 from Lone Grove up towards Otsego and in the Wilburton area, these are the places where you should be in your safe spot right now. Okay, away from windows, away from doors, a lot of walls between you and the outside, many as you can get. Hallway closets, great. Got a basement, that's great. Where that circulation seems to be, County Road 1300, there's 1500. You're 1675 over here. All right, there's Confidence, Illinois. There's Wilburton down there. So I think it's probably that rotation's probably going to end up going to the west of Confidence and somewhere from around Wilburton and then up to the northwest. But again, out of Vandalia. This circulation is not anywhere close to Vandalia. So in fact, Vandalia, you're pretty much just kind of, they've trimmed that tornado warning a little bit, so you're not so much in it. But the circulation of the storm is still there, still circulating, still rotating, kind of trying to take on more of the hook features. Maybe not quite as much hail as there was. When we look at the turbulence in there, we're still getting some pretty good indications of turbulence, which is also another sign that, you've got some winds trying to do something in there. That just updated. No indication from the debris detector of anything that really would line up with anything else that we're seeing to indicate a potential actual touchdown and radar confirmed tornado. So we can't confirm it at this point on the radar. It's just a radar indicated tornado and that rotation. Now, if it continues, we got a lot of spotters out there, so Jimmy, it's hard to imagine that, somebody's not seeing something. I don't know if they're saying anything.
There's a couple of photos coming in, for sure of funnel clouds, and that's about it.
Okay.
But you can clearly see the funnel, a couple of them actually, and one of them.
Okay. Well, there is a potential that, there is more than one spinning part to this storm. It's kind of a big storm. This is the one that's been with us, kind of has a couple of areas. One now into that Augsburg area, another one in this Wilburton, north of Wilburton area was kind of showing some rotation in there too. So, this storm's trying to. It wants to produce a tornado. We'd rather it not, but it wants to, and it's trying. It is spinning. And we can see that spin on the radar. It's a radar-indicated tornado. When I put the wind velocities back on here, maybe not quite as tight as it was. Are they saying much about that?
No, but you can look at this video here. I wish we could show it, but we can't get that permission on it, but it's definitely a funnel right there.
Yeah. So yeah, and I'm not sure if that was the same one or if that was one of the storms that was a little farther to the south too. The information flows. The emergency managers, we're in touch with them. We're in touch with the meteorologists at the National Weather Service. We're all on NWS chat and on Slack and trying to share the data as much as we know and as much as we can tell from what we're getting from those reports. Now, this really looks to me like we're starting to see that circulation kind of weaken a little bit. It's not quite as tight as it was. So here's a different vantage point, and let's back this up a little bit and see what, let me go to the storm relative. So this is, I believe this one's a Central Illinois office. Yeah, the storm's kind of cycling through right now. It looks like it's losing some of its structure. So since this tornado warning is set to expire at 7:15, and we're over rural areas here, I think at 7:15 we'll continue with you on 5+, unless we see something from anybody else. That's having trouble because it's overworked. I think it's on our end. So is NWS saying anything about this?
No, nothing else is new at all. In fact,
let's see
no confirmed touchdown at all.
Let's see if the hail has gone down a little bit.
And the power outages, there's nothing new either.
Okay, so no new power outages. The hail size has gone down. Storm structure's not quite as good as it was. The storm, yeah, the circulation's not nearly as good as it was. All right, with that in mind, Jeffrey, you can tell the hub we'll be sending it back to them. This tornado warning's in effect until 7:15. You know what? There is a chance you'll get another extension of some sort on this to go up to the Fayette-Effingham County line. We're going to be on 5+ covering that, but we're going to get you back to your NBC programming here tonight, and we'll just continue our weather impact alert on 5+, so that'll be streaming live. All righty, that is it for now. If you're over in this area in Fayette County, just monitor that storm and be in your safe place. See you on 5+. Yeah. Well, they... to it throughout the evening hours. Now, there have been other strong thunderstorms across the region. Some of them have been a bit intense. You got a couple that are a little more intense here down to the south of St. Louis. But one thing I want you to see, you know, outside of any imminent threat, just a couple of quick looks, what's coming towards the metro area. Let's do that first. Okay, so here we go, down to the south of St. Louis. I think I'm looping this just a little too long. I have it on 3 hours. We don't really need it for 3 hours. How about just an hour? So just in the last hour. That storm that's coming up towards St. Clair and Villa Ridge, it doesn't look like it's severe right now. It's a strong storm, but it doesn't look severe. But having said that, you know, Villa Ridge, a month and a half ago, you know, we had the tornadoes with the damage there. So that's always the potential of a problem, you know, because you already have some damage that occurred with that. Then we have this next area that's coming into southern portions of Jefferson County out of St. Francis and St. Genevieve County and moving onto portions of Randolph as well as Monroe counties in Illinois. Not severe, but still fairly strong and moving off to the east and to the northeast right now. And I think they are going to, yeah, they're going to do a new warning out there. Yeah, new tornado warning. So, you know, just kind of on the edge. Basically what we said. Now, as I look at this, let me plot the warnings on here. They're just basically taking it onto the east of where it was. It doesn't look as impressive as it was. But I don't see any reason here to break back in because we've already done that a few times. You know, if there is a tornado, right where we told you it would be in that confidence area, and it's kind of moving towards the east-northeast. So St. James would be in the path of that. But there's not a lot of places out here, and it's almost to the end of our viewing area here. So St. Elmo, St. James, you may see you will see this storm go through. It may be rotating and there may be the potential that you'll see something here, but it doesn't seem like we're getting a lot of reports of substantial problems with this, and that circulation is not overly, while it's there, it's not overly impressive at this point. And the radar is not overly impressive. You look at the last few scans of the radar and the storm actually looks like it's weakening a bit. So I would not anticipate the storm being able to maintain a tornado, especially since it's had such a hard time producing tornadoes today, even though it has been rotating. This is what's going on in the metro area right now. All right, just in the last hour, I'll put this in a kind of a motion for you. You can see we've had the scattered thunderstorms rolling through St. Louis. There's the one we were talking about just a minute ago coming up towards Villa Ridge. There's another one that went through Wentzville. Here you have the area that's up by Orchard Farm. Most of the rest of the metro area, and that does stretch back into St. Louis County up towards Shoveltown. You got some more coming in from the south. The ones that are up to our northeast here, these are a little stronger, especially the cell that's off to the southeast of Litchfield. There may be some rotation in that storm, but it doesn't necessarily look like it's rotating the right way to produce tornadoes right now. So that's lifting off towards the north and the northeast. And as I look at this point, at this tornado warning, that storm that's here off coming across eastern portions of Fayette County, you're east of Vandalia, the overall structure of the storm is not what it was earlier when the warnings were issued. It's weakened some, although it still is producing some small hail, it looks like, but it is weakening a little bit. And we're also seeing at this point that the circulation doesn't look especially tight. When we kind of look at that, you still have a bit of a broad circulation, mostly over the farm fields and mostly close to that area around Confidence. So that's going to take it towards St. James and St. Elmo, and then it'll be out of our area altogether and over heading into Effingham, which the National Weather Service up there in central Illinois just posted the tornado warning over into Effingham now for Effingham County. So again, when we look at it from different radars, depending on what radar you pick and what radar you're looking at, you still see a bit of a circulation. It's kind of broad, but it's still there, and it could be producing something. Now, when we look up here into Hillsborough, the storm here, there may be some rotation with that storm too, but I don't know that I would say it's tight enough or a strong enough storm to actually, put a warning out on that. It's trying. They're all trying this afternoon. We can relate to that, right? So here are the storms that came through in the last hour or so from St. Louis. They're now up to the north, up west of Jerseyville, over approaching Hardin again. You have some that are once again rolling out of St. Charles County into eastern portions of Lincoln County. The next one that impacts some part of the metro area is this one, okay? So this is what's down here. St. Clair just came through St. Clair now in that Villa Ridge area, kind of are pushing towards Villa Ridge, heading up towards Gray Summit. Nothing indicating severe here at this point, but again, the environment, we're close to that boundary, so the environment's semi-favorable for something to start rotating, but probably some small hail, some downpours, and some cloud-to-ground lightning with that. Just broadening out the perspective here. The other thing we're really going to kind of focus on is what's down to the south. These storms out of Springfield, and let me just put on a different loop and get us out of that. These are pretty...
Expired for Fayette County.
Yeah, that part. Yeah, the first one. So when we're looking at what's coming for the rest of the night, we've got these random cells out here. So some random cells are meandering across the area right now. Then we have this larger area of rain and embedded thunderstorms. The severe part of that is much farther to the south. And I think if we're going to get severe weather, it's got to happen with these isolated cells this evening that are around coming at us ahead of this major area. And I'm not sure how much of this major area of rain is actually going to get into St. Louis. I mean, I think some of it is as we head towards midnight, 1 o'clock, maybe as soon as 10 o'clock. I think that is going to be here. That may push us to a record for the amount of rainfall we get for the month of April, but your more intense part of that line is farther to the south. And you see all the severe thunderstorm warnings here southeast of Dallas right now, along with a bunch of flash flood warnings too. So that's another problem. We do have some water issues around the metro area at this point, depending on where you are. Highway 79 at the intersection at Hackman Road. That's a spot in St. Charles County, I believe, that does normally have some problems. So you've got, just for a few more minutes, that one cell that's way out here, eastern portions of Fayette County. That tornado warning is continuing there. And that's until it's out of the county, basically, it's continuing. It doesn't look like it's an overly impressive storm. I think if it did some damage, it did it earlier, and it's, it kind of pulsed up, and now it looks like it's weakening a bit. But still, there's some rotation there. These storms that are across parts of Montgomery and Macoupin counties to the northeast of St. Louis, they have maybe some small hail with them, maybe a few gusty winds, nothing terrible. What is around the metro area right now, there's a stronger storm right now that's right along the Missouri River here. And that looks like it's probably at about 370 maybe. No, it's probably north of that. So that's zipped on up to the north. And, that's over kind of rural areas going towards West Alton. And then you have this area that's coming into St. Charles County. I think that's going to come out of Franklin County and encompass much of the western half of St. Charles County. You'll probably get some smaller hail with that. And, downpours and some cloud-to-ground lightning. Jimmy, just kind of looking at the watches scenario, that's our tornado watch for the metro area and on to the east. The overall severe threat is fairly limited to this evening, and we think once we get past this evening, there won't be much of a severe weather threat. It'll be more water issues and drainage issues that we have to deal with as we head through the remainder of the overnight hours. Now, we are warm, we are humid, more so especially south of St. Louis. I know we got to at least 74 for the high temperature today. We were in the 50s while it was raining this morning, and then we got 75 for the high. Look at Cape Girardeau. They were back into the 80s this afternoon. So that warm front was lifting back to the north, and taking advantage of this warm, humid air, we generated some of those showers and thunderstorms late this afternoon. So that's the morning activity lifting away. Here is your afternoon and evening activity trying to build in, and I think that's the area that we're going to get into for later on tonight. The question we have at this point is how much of this is going to linger after we're done with these, random isolated showers and thunderstorms. So to answer that question, we turn to our futurecast and just kind of looking at it here. This isn't exactly what's going on right now, but you get the flavor. This is one of those higher resolution models that gets updated every hour, and we get a report in. And you can see the storm that's over in Vandalia is lifted off to the north and east here. I think we're like an hour from now. And then you've got what's down here, one would think, that's coming out of Franklin County. It's trying to show something there in central St. Charles County, so it kind of gets the gist of it. This is the area to our southwest where you have that steadier area of rainfall. So as we kind of step through this, we see the smattering of showers and thunderstorms, and then we get into that more sustained area of showers and thunderstorms that maybe by 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock rolls through St. Louis. Will any of this be strong to severe? Well, we're not at the right time of the day for that to happen. Not that it won't, but it doesn't seem like it's the right time of the day, and I don't know that we have all the ingredients available at this point in time. So I think you're going to get some downpours in here, and we may have a few that have some hail and some gusty winds, but I think by the time we get, to 10, 11 o'clock tonight, any threat for tornadoes is going to be minimal if there is a threat at all. And then we just kind of pulse this on forward, and we see some more scattered showers and thunderstorms developing towards 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so we'll deal with that. Now, as we go into tomorrow morning, whatever we get tonight's going to be lifting out overnight. And tomorrow morning, everything looks pretty scattered early on. As we get towards noontime, maybe a bit of an uptick in showers and thunderstorms. There is a severe weather risk tomorrow. Our weather impact alert is going to continue into tomorrow, too. That severe weather risk is generally from the metro area east and southeast, and it is a little bit higher as you go southeast of St. Louis tomorrow. Those areas should have a chance to get just a little bit warmer, maybe with a little more sunshine. You kind of get the flavor of this as you look at the storms trying to bubble up there initially, but then more action develops during the afternoon around St. Louis. Another exciting day tomorrow, Jimmy, with more thunderstorms. Can you imagine? And then we go into tomorrow evening, and that should be about the end of our severe weather threat by 7 o'clock tomorrow night. And we're going to push that out. Now, there is another upper level thing that needs to get in here on Friday. So we have more energy, another upper level bundle of energy that's going to come in here on Friday. That may give us some scattered showers at some point on Friday. I don't think it's a big risk or a lot of rain, but it's still going to be, kind of a nuisance. At this point, any rain is kind of a nuisance. The ground is so wet. So here's our threat level for tomorrow. Level 1 for much of the metro area. You get out into St. Charles, West St. Louis County, maybe not so much so, but then going east, it starts to increase, and by the time you get over to the Indiana border, you're back to a level 2. All right, so that's for tomorrow. So let's go back and look at our radar right now. That was kind of the forecast segment that we have. Let's see what we've got brewing around the metro area right now. At this point, I'm thinking our storm here that's been rotating just doesn't look much like a tornadic thunderstorm at all. But there's still some rotation there south of St. Elmo, very broad. The likelihood of this producing a tornado right now is exceedingly slim.
And no confirmation.
Yeah, no confirmation at all. And just looking at it from the radar presentation, that's not a very good looking presentation if you want to see rotation and a dangerous twisting of the wind, which we don't want to see. So we got about another 15 or 20 minutes before this crosses over the county line out of Fayette County and into Effingham County. And then if we don't get any more warnings, we will be warning free for a while. I'm not sure how long we'll stay warning free, but that's the only warning we have right now. Now, you can also make a case as we look up here into Montgomery County, around Hillsborough, Illinois. We're probably seeing some hail here. Would not surprise me if this storm is trying to rotate a little bit. Let's back it up and take a look, and we'll see what we see as it's moving in. It has some subtle hints that maybe there is something trying to rotate there. I don't think it's especially tight or standing out all that much. In fact, the winds on it don't look too terrible, but there's definitely some rotation in there. So, you know, if it makes you safe, feel safer along Illinois 16 here, going up towards Irving, coming out of Hillsborough, over towards Witt, this, you know, this may have some circulation there. It's going to move about 20, 25 miles per hour as well, but it's not an especially strong storm. So again, you've got plenty of time, you know, before it gets into any populated areas after it moves out of Hillsborough. This little cell here, that's going to impact areas here up towards Portage de Sioux as it goes up towards Highway 94. It's crossing the Missouri River right now, moving out of far northern portions of St. Louis County. So then we look back down here at the storm that was coming out of Franklin County, coming in, it's over Villa Ridge right now, moving into Augusta. Just in the last hour, this is how this is moving along. No indication that it's rotating, but that is going to produce some more rain for St. Charles County. And I don't know if that one's going to clip the airport or not. I don't know if any of them will clip the airport. We're close to having record rainfall for the month. Now, this storm, as it's coming up here, this is probably the most interesting one that's on the radar right now because it does look like it's trying to rotate some. It's coming in just south right now of Festus along 55. It's not especially strong, but you don't necessarily have to have an especially strong storm if you get the right rotational kind of thing going on. Right now, there's nothing that's screaming we have a problem, but that's definitely worth watching here. Again, it's a little too weak to be much of a problem, but it's worth watching, and that's what we'll do. So as we look farther down the road here, you know, we're going to get into this big long line of rain and thunderstorms here. I don't know that that's going to be a problem for any of us as we head through the rest of the night. So you still have technically the tornado warning for far eastern portions of Fayette County right now. And I mean far eastern portions of Fayette County. And I don't know that that storm's producing a tornado. I don't know that it has produced a tornado. We did get some reports, a few reports of a little bit of damage. And there's still, you know, I mean, you look in here and you could still see that, yeah, there's some rotation there to some degree, depending on what radar you're looking at. You know, there's something there around or south of St. Elmo, moving northeast. It doesn't look especially tight, though. And when you look at the reflectivity here, that doesn't look especially impressive either. So that's the only warning we have right now. The two strong storms that we kind of have our eyes on right here, over here in Montgomery County and Illinois. That just is coming out of Hillsborough, so that's moving towards Witt. And then you have another one here that's headed towards Portage de Sioux. That's a small one. Otherwise, the storms, those are the only two that look like they might be producing a little bit of hail. The rest of them look like they're pretty generic run-of-the-mill storms and don't have much of an opportunity for severe weather. As we look a little farther to the south, we have what's coming out of Franklin County, moving into Augusta. That'll move into Defiance, New Mella. You're going to get a little more rain. So will Cottleville, so will Harvester. That's rolling northeastbound. It is not severe. So it's just another downpour. Here's the storm coming into Festus. That has a downpour. That's going to be moving into Waterloo too, with another downpour. I mean, it is muddy in these farm fields right now after the month we've had. So there's Maystown, there's Festus. Here's your line of storms, or this little area of storms, moving to the north almost, due north really. So into Valmeyer and Waterloo about 10 minutes from now. Not expecting severe weather there. Can't see at this point, you know, we're past peak heating, so we've moved past that. The other storms that have been down to our south seem to be weakening somewhat. And the storms that are now down into the Rolla area, even though they're kind of pushing in here and they're still maintaining some of their strength along the initial line, you know, some of these other thunderstorms that have bubbled up have kind of worked the atmosphere over a little bit, so they don't have the best of ingredients to work with. And that, I think, is good news. I mean, we'll take any little bit of good news. If we just get a bit more rain tonight instead of any severe weather, I think, Jimmy, we'd all be thrilled to death with that. So, yeah, we look down here in Paducah's radar into southeast Missouri. They got a couple of stronger storms there. No warnings on those puppies yet, but that's going to, you know, eventually head up and maybe impact the Perryville area.
So northeastern Fayette County, they're just going to continue that.
Yeah, they're just kind of tracking it on out. So nothing that looks.
So radar indicated only.
Yeah, nothing that. In fact, there's a new version of it from Central Illinois, kind of showing you that circulation maybe even is moving just a little farther to the east, you know, but east of St. Elmo maybe. But it's kind of getting farther and farther, or should we say closer and closer to getting out of our viewing area, farther away from St. Louis, almost out of Fayette County. You still have probably a little bit of hail in there. I wouldn't imagine there's a whole lot of hail. The turbulence is still, you know, that's still showing some turbulence there. So I suspect you've got, you know, something definitely is spinning. But I think we're pretty close to this no longer being a problem for any of us. If we can just keep any of the other storms from rotating, I think we'll be okay. And so far, the storms coming in from the south, look at the ones here that are coming into Jefferson County. They're not really getting any stronger. There is some rotation on a broad sense with that storm there along the Mississippi River in Jefferson County, coming up towards Festus, heading towards the track in Peevely, but nothing that really it screams terrible. And what's out here along the Missouri River into Augusta, just went through Villa Ridge. Don't think any of that is especially problematic. So I think in the scheme of things, while we may still have a couple of warnings here or there tonight, I think the overall tornado threat is fairly low, and I don't think we're going to have big problems here as we go through the evening hours. So we just keep you posted right here on 5+ all night long. And, you know, the threats are pretty much long gone for most of us. And we don't really see much of a redeveloping threat. It's going to be hard for a threat to redevelop. Not that it won't, but it's going to be hard. Just kind of looking at these around the metro area right now. You know, coming up here, St. Albans, coming up towards Defiance. Yeah, that's going to come right across, you know, a good chunk of St. Charles County and a pretty highly populated part of St. Charles County. And it's probably going to hold together, so you'll get maybe another 1/10 to another 1/4 of an inch of rain. But probably not much more than that. What's coming up here, eastern portions of Jefferson County over into Monroe County, kind of doing the same thing. There's some downpours in there, but not getting any big signal for hail, not getting any big signal for a lot of wind with that. Same sort of thing for this storm that's going from Portage to Sioux and heading on up towards Grafton. It's visual, but not getting reports of damage there. As you look off to the east of St. Louis, our tornado warning continues over here, far eastern portions of Fayette County, but the rotating part of that storm that could cause a tornado seems to be now across the county line into Effingham County. This storm, which had our attention because it's in a similar environment that other cell was, that one that's working, it's gone through Hillsborough, Illinois, and working northeastbound, has not been able to strengthen.
And there's one little thing. I'm going to send this to the desk.
Okay.
Is that reports of multiple buildings down. This is when it went through Chaubanier.
Okay, yeah, all right.
So a little property damage is probably what they're.
Okay, Chaubanier. Yeah, that's East 900 and East 800 Avenue. So that's kind of what we were talking about, 800 and 900 Avenue. So some property damage in those areas. So yeah, that's probably when it, and honestly, Jimmy, I think that's when the storm actually looked pretty good too. Much more so than it does right now. So here we go up towards Elsa and up, not too far from Grafton. That storm's missing you, but it's along the Great River Road. It's probably a pretty scenic sight looking from Grafton, up at the wineries there, kind of looking down the river. Again, there's nothing that really screams a problem for us at this point. And I don't know that there will be here going through much of the rest of the evening. Yes, we have a tornado watch. Yes, that's in effect until 10 o'clock, at least for the time being. I think we're in a kind of in this wait and see mode right now to see what else comes at us from the south. And if anything that's coming at us from the south causes, seems to strengthen or seems to find the ingredients, I don't really see that happening at this point. We're really having a hard time doing that. That tornado warning for Fayette County, of course, that storm's no longer a threat for you in Fayette County. There's one here that's going to try to get into Pinckneyville, but it doesn't look like it's severe. The ones in southeast Missouri don't look severe either. These storms that are around the area, St. Charles County, Jefferson County, Monroe County, lifting on up into Jersey, far western portions of Madison County, they don't look severe. They're a bit strong, but they're not severe. And so, we're about to be completely warning free here as that storm that had prompted the tornado warning over there in Fayette County has essentially left the building, if you will. It's walked on out of here, over into Effingham County now. Some cloud-to-ground lightning and some decent cloud-to-ground lightning with that storm that's out there coming through wine country along Highway 94 in St. Charles. Some good cloud-to-ground strikes here, but nothing that stands out as being problematic with that cell that's down just passing through the Peevely and Festus areas. This one that's around Elsa, that has some good cloud-to-ground lightning, and there's a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning with that storm down to the southwest too, around Rolla. The storm that had the most lightning, I think it probably was that one over here in Fayette County, and the one up here in Montgomery County has a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning too. And some of those lightning strikes are out ahead of the actual storm there in Montgomery County. For those of you trying to look to see if that thing is rotating and trying to get a visual on it, that'll be passing to the west of Nokomis here. But your storm that prompted the tornado warning there in Fayette County is now in Effingham County. So we are done with that cell. So at the moment, we are warning free around the St. Louis area. And that's good news. We still have to get through a bunch of this stuff though. Bunch more rain. Technically through about midnight, we still have our weather impact alert for this go round. We're keeping the weather impact alert for tomorrow too, just because we still have that risk of a severe thunderstorm, even though it's not a huge risk tomorrow. You can make the argument that today wasn't a huge risk, but boy, we had the rain this morning for the rush hour. We had a lot of rain for the evening rush hour. It really kind of messed things up. There's still that potential. Some of these storms for the next hour or two may spin a little bit, may try to kick up a brief tornado. We don't know. But just give yourself some extra time if you're going to be driving here the next couple of days. Especially if these storms are able to produce, some heavy rain during the rush hours. I want to see, Jimmy, if I can call up maybe the...
Who's the 10 o'clock producer
I think tonight it's Andrew. Andrew's here. So here's some cameras from around the area. Cuba, looking over at Busch Stadium across the river. Still looks stormy across the river. That's where most of it's been. Farmington's had some rain. Highland, Illinois, you've had it kind of pass around you. I think you got some there at one point, but not anything that was substantially a problem. So I don't really see that there's a lot of big problems for the next few hours, but we are going to continue with these scattered showers and thunderstorms from now through at least 10 o'clock. They'll be more scattered, but then from 10 to about 1 or 2, the rain may be a little more widespread. And then that'll push out. We should get a little bit of a break. And then the timing tomorrow, more scattered storms and showers are possible. Still in that weather impact alert, low 70s tomorrow. At some point, there'll be a little bit of sunshine, but we'll have the chance for the scattered storms as early as mid-morning. And then it'll be an off and on kind of thing as the waves of energy kind of move through the region. Friday, the big upper level part of the system drops in, and it's been lagging a bit on the forecast. So with it being pushed back a little bit, that means that gives us a better chance to actually see a few scattered showers pop up on Friday. I wouldn't be surprised if you hear some thunder on Friday and get some graupel or some small hail because it's going to be really cold aloft. But that doesn't look like much of a severe weather threat, if any. And then over the weekend, it's kind of a little bit cooler. Temperatures are closer to 70, maybe mostly in the 60s. Saturday may end up having more cloud cover, especially on the Illinois side of the river, because you're closer to the upper level part of that system. And then by the time we get into early next week, that upper level part of the system that has us cooled off will then push away, and we will start to see those temperatures warm up a little bit, and it actually gets pretty nice towards the end of next week with really low rain chances for all of next week. And I think that's one thing, I don't know anybody that's more excited about low rain chances than those of us in the weather community. Your weather folks are as tired as you are of what has really been quite an impactful month of March and month of April. That's out in St. Charles right now. That's a live picture from St. Charles. Yes, you're going to get some more rain. We've already had some go through here, but you have some more on the way. That's the part that's down along Highway 94 in Wine Country right now. That's going to come up, and it will come right on up towards St. Charles. There's no reason why it would completely fall apart. But you've seen some downpours in this area. No reports of any severe weather here, though, and that's good news. So that's kind of where we are at this point. I think we're in a position as we head through the remainder of the evening where we just will be watching whatever's going to come at us from the south. Our thoughts are that and this is just me and Jimmy, our thoughts are that we may end up with that tornado watch getting canceled here in a little bit early because we've lost some of our instability and we're not really seeing a lot of these scattered storms blossom out ahead of the main area of rain. So at this point, yeah, we have some scattered showers and thunderstorms, but nothing looks atrocious. There doesn't look to be a severe weather threat with it. And then you have, the larger area of rain, which farther to the south into Arkansas, a lot of times what happens is the northern parts of these lines tend to weaken some because they get removed from the deeper moisture. The storms to the south start sucking up most of the moisture and using it, and so you lose a lot of punch on the northern end of that loop. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to get the radar queued back up, one more round of radar, and I don't know if Jacob is listening over on the digital side. I'm just kind of trying to see if we're going to get any warnings. I don't see anything that looks especially problematic with any of these storms. Just kind of look around and, is there rotation here, there? Sure, there's rotation here, there, and everywhere, but nothing that really stands out. That storm, probably the most interesting one was the one there in Montgomery County in Illinois, but even there, that's not very impressive rotation, and certainly what we're looking at down to the south of St. Louis and out to the west of St. Louis. Those are not impressive structure from a storm standpoint. So I don't really see anything that warrants a continuation of the on-time or continuous talking live stream. I mean, I'll come back in about 15 minutes. Why don't we do this? We'll come back at the top of the hour and do an update for you, and then just kind of keep you updated maybe every half hour or so on 5 Plus. Let's see what Jacob says about that. But we're going to let this. We've got I think the loop's still running on Max 2, Jimmy, don't you think?
Yes, it sure is. Yep.
So I think we're going to let that go. And we'll pop back in. All right, well, we lost some of those. All right, well, I'm still talking to you here for a second. Yeah, Max 2 is looping. Okay, thank you, Max 2. We'll see if we can find, hopefully somebody will get some pictures of it for us. I do not know. Weather impact alert continues for you here on this Wednesday evening as we still have showers and thunderstorms in the area right now. This one that's coming into South St. Louis County out of Jefferson County, that's a strong storm, but not severe. No severe storms in the metro. However, up to our north and east, these storms have been closer to that boundary and have seemed to be a little more intense this evening. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Nokomis over here in eastern portions of Montgomery County in Illinois. Basically, north and west of Nokomis is where our large hail is falling right now. And there may be some gusty winds with this as well. It'll be crossing the county line here shortly and be out of our area. So it's really until probably about 8:15, 8:25, and we'll deal with that. The storm that had the tornado warning on it earlier did produce some damage in Chauvenir, Illinois. We're trying to get more information on that from the emergency folks that are out in that area. That was earlier when we were on with you on Channel 5 and on 5 Plus. That's now long gone and was weakening before it left the area. What's left of these showers that are coming in, they're not overly impressive. This is producing some heavier rain as you go down here south of St. Louis. I mean, you get down here, Lee May Ferry Road, Tesson Ferry, you're going to get some heavy rain there. We still have some rain out here in St. Charles County, but as this system has gone right over St. Charles County and over the radar site, it's weakened some from where it was earlier. Nothing compared to the storm that dropped the penny-size hail up around O'Fallon earlier as it rolled on through. And what's coming at us from the south and from the west is not overly impressive. This is good, right? So when we look down to the south, really anything that's out here, you know, these cells that are individual by themselves, those are the ones we've been more concerned about. At this point, we continue to watch everything drift to the north and north-northeast, and most of them are staying fairly tame. And we'd be especially concerned with what's coming at us from the south here. Obviously, you have a cell about to move into St. Louis, but no indication that it has been severe or that it's strengthening or will become severe. So I think we're good there. These actually have been generally weakening a little bit farther to the south. And then what's back towards Rolla and into southwest Missouri is more of a rain problem than a severe weather problem. We still, though, do have this tornado watch with this residual boundary in play and more moisture working in and the potential for more showers and thunderstorms. We still have to take into account there is that potential that something may spin again before the evening is done. That's what it looks like on the regional picture. That's the morning rain that left and went away. Here's the afternoon rain. There's the scattered storms, and this is the area that's pushing in that's more widespread from the west. Still seeing some rain out in St. Charles right now, but the good news here is that what we're seeing in the metro area is just wet. Not getting any reports of any hail, not getting any reports of really strong winds. This is kind of a radar future cast, simulated radar. It gives us an idea of what things might look like an hour or so from now and through the overnight hours. And yes, we do think as we head through the evening, that band that's out to our west is going to fill in some and slide in, and there still could be some scattered showers and thunderstorms beyond that going into the overnight hours. But that's not a favorable time for severe weather in more ways than one. I mean, we don't want it in the middle of the night because most of us are trying to sleep too. We've lost the heat of the day, and you don't have all of the ingredients in play. That being said, as we go into tomorrow morning, there is the potential, with more energy swinging around this system, that we're going to fire off a few more scattered showers and thunderstorms tomorrow. We're keeping our weather impact alert going through Thursday, as there is still the potential tomorrow of a few strong to severe thunderstorms, especially from the metro area and going east and southeast of St. Louis. One would think that it'd be like this afternoon, where the coverage is much more scattered, versus like this morning when it was much more widespread. As you look across the region right now, you know, doesn't look bad in any of our cameras at this hour. That's good. Forecast for this evening, the tornado watch is still technically in effect until 10 o'clock. You have the severe thunderstorm warning for a while longer. That's in effect. Northern portions or eastern portions of Montgomery County. Tomorrow, our weather impact alert for the potential of some more scattered showers and thunderstorms, some of which could be strong to severe. Looks tomorrow like it would be more wind, hail versus a tornado threat. There's still a chance for rain. That pains me to say that on Friday. But there's still a chance we'll get some showers because the upper level energy in the cold air aloft is swinging overhead. And so, yeah, that gives us another chance for at least a little bit of rain. Then Saturday and Sunday and into Monday, we are cooler, but it looks like it's mainly dry. And that should take us into the beginning of next week. So most of next week looks like it's a lot quieter, maybe a little chilly early on, but then we'll see those temperatures warm back up. Again, in the metro area, we're watching these storms kind of bubble in across South St. Louis County, not severe. They do stretch over into portions of St. Clair County and then back into St. Charles County. The stronger storms have been to our north. That severe thunderstorm warning here in Montgomery County, Illinois. The storm right now is kind of, there is a little bit of rotation here near Winona. You can kind of see how the storm's trying to do that. These storms east of St. Louis have been encountering that boundary, and they have wanted to spin this afternoon. So, you know, there's a small chance we'd see something spin up here, but you got 15 more minutes for that to happen here off to the east and northeast of St. Louis. So that's almost out of the area. And the only tornado warning that I'm seeing right now is still on that cell around Effingham. Although you can't discount that this cell here near Nokomis might put down some rotation, might drop something from the sky. It's certainly possible. But that's our only concern right now, right here, this northern portions of Montgomery County. And that's pretty much it as this continues to move on towards the northeast. Rest of the metro area, nothing severe. A couple of stronger storms here north of Shipman. You know, you still have some rain out here in St. Charles County. Melville, Oakville, more rain. Actually, it's leaving Oakville, kind of sliding in towards Lee May now. And across the river, still raining over in Columbia, Illinois. And that's going to push up through Cahokia Heights and just keeps kind of coming into the metro east, but it's not especially heavy rainfall. For most areas, it's just kind of generic. There's another little cell that popped up over there by Greenville, Illinois. It looks pretty benign at this point. Doesn't look like anything that's too scary. So we're about to the end of our severe warnings for the time being. Severe thunderstorm warning there up in northeastern portions or far eastern portions, however you want to look at it, of Montgomery County in Illinois. And that should be about it. All right, so here's what we'll do. We're going to go back to our streaming loop, which will keep looping you along. If any of these warnings get upgraded or something changes and we need to pop on and tell you something, then we will do so instantaneously. Otherwise, we'll check back in, let's say about 8:30. And we'll do 8:30, then we'll check in again at 9. And we'll just do it every half hour, and that way I can wolf down some food over here. All right? Again, limited threats for severe weather. That one warning right now looks like it's mainly a hailer up here north and west of Nokomis, but there could be some rotation trying to develop. Think it'll get across the county line before it does. All right, it is now 8:30. Want to get you caught up on what's going on with these storms. Fortunately, we don't have any severe thunderstorms. No warnings in effect right now. This storm that's over parts of North St. Louis County here, Northwoods, heading out just over the UMSL campuses, that has some lightning with it, has some downpours. The stronger storms, though, have been up to our north, and these across Macoupin County have been dropping some pretty heavy rainfall, but we're not really showing any signs of intensifying to severe levels. The storm that was over and near Nokomis gone on up into central portions of Illinois. So while we did have a severe thunderstorm warning there, that has since expired as the storm moved away. And the storm that produced that tornado warning and possible tornado over around Chaubonnière has now moved over into Effingham and farther to the east from there. What's coming our way for the rest of the night doesn't look especially intense, but there are still scattered showers and thunderstorms down to the south. We still have our band back here to the west, and we still have this boundary that's kind of around St. Louis. The front, basically, warm front's kind of stalled out. Here on the south side of the metro area, things are quiet right now. We've had several rounds of showers and thunderstorms in these areas. We've had several out in St. Charles County. Right now, though, the focus is right there in North St. Louis County, and it's mostly lifting almost due north. That's going into Ferguson. It'll eventually head right on up Lindbergh and work its way on up there into Florissant and then all the way into North St. Louis County. Might have a little bit of small hail with that, but it's not severe, and it doesn't look like it's rotating. So we're not overly concerned with the tornado threat at this point, although a tornado watch remains in effect. And, you know, with these storms coming in from the west, even though they're not especially strong, whenever you have reasonably strong storms that interact with the boundary, sometimes you get spin-ups and some problems. So right now we're not seeing that, but that's why that tornado watch remains in effect. And we'll see how much longer this goes. Right now it's scheduled to go until 10 o'clock tonight. That would make that assumption that that band that's out to the west would be sliding in here kind of during that time frame. So this is what's happening. As you're looking across the region, it's been a mess today. We had that rain early this morning. That's what's up in the Great Lakes right now. The rain from the last few hours that's been coming out of Oklahoma and into Arkansas, now that's what's going to be coming our way as we go into the overnight hours. Tomorrow, we still have more of this mess. Back to the west, more energy swinging in, and we're going to have a chance tomorrow of seeing a couple of stronger storms too, especially east and southeast of St. Louis. Right now, tomorrow's threat doesn't look especially bad, but given the pattern we're in and the trends we've had, we're keeping our weather impact alert going through tomorrow. All right, that's looking out into St. Charles right now. Roads are a bit damp, and if you're in the right spot at the wrong time, they're, you know, full of water, ponding. So the trend over the next couple of hours will be for these scattered cells to tend to congeal into more of an area that's kind of more widespread. That's what's coming at us from the southwest. As we go towards 10 or 11 o'clock, we're going to see if any of that is able to take on some rotation when it interacts with the boundary. Since we're past peak heating, one would think our chances of that would be reasonably low, but we'll see. But we still have energy rotating in. So until we can get that cleared out, we still have some rumbles of thunder going on, we're thinking, through much of the night, off and on. The chances for severe weather overnight in general, though, it's not like all the ingredients are there. We don't see a big outbreak of severe weather overnight. Maybe there's some rumbles of thunder. That's through 4 a.m. Most of it's going to die off as we head into the after midnight hours. Then for tomorrow morning, as more energy swings in from the north and west, we bring back another chance for those scattered showers and thunderstorms. Yes, there is a chance we could have a stronger storm tomorrow, especially south and east of St. Louis. We're not expecting widespread heavy rain in the morning like we've had the last couple of mornings. And we're not expecting an evening rush hour like we ended up having this evening. Okay, it's going to be much more scattered tomorrow, but some of those storms could be impactful depending on the timing of them And if they're able to find the ingredients east and southeast of St. Louis to ingest, it's possible, and higher probabilities go east of St. Louis. So that's why we keep that potential in there tomorrow for some stronger storms. Storm Prediction Center has St. Louis in a level 1 risk. Areas off to the east and southeast in a level 2 risk. So that's a look here over at Busch Stadium. Rain coming down in downtown St. Louis right now. We do think it'll kind of continue off and on for a few more hours before letting up during the overnight hours. Tomorrow, there'll be some more scattered showers and thunderstorms. A few may be strong to severe. So one more day of our weather impact alert. Friday, it doesn't look like there's as much rain, but with the upper level energy swinging through, that means the potential's there that we're going to see some more showers. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw some graupel or some small hail on Friday either, because it's going to be really cold aloft. And as that cold air comes in over the weekend, that presses the temperatures back into the 60s for highs by Sunday and Monday before we finally start to warm up from there. So there's the latest on that storm up in North County right now along 270. Here's the latest on those stronger storms up towards Carlinville and into northern portions of Macoupin County. Ye old storm that was strong over near Winona has left. And again, everything that's coming at us right now, there's nothing that looks overly concerning at the moment. That's not to say there won't be in a half an hour. So we'll see you at 9 o'clock for another update here on 5 Plus. Unless we see something developing that grabs our attention and we need to talk to you sooner, we're going to keep this stream going through the evening hours as long as the potential of strong to severe thunderstorms is around. By the way, over here in Charbonnet, Illinois, which is southern portions of Fayette County, did get reports of some wind damage there, and based on the pictures folks at the Weather Service have seen, they will be sending out a survey team tomorrow to look for the damage track for that and see if it was in fact caused by a tornado. And it certainly would have been very close to where the rotation was with that storm that we were talking about for quite an extended period of time this afternoon. We'll see you right after 9 o'clock. All righty, good evening, everybody. Getting you caught up to speed on what's going on. We don't have any warnings in effect right now, but we're still in our weather impact alert. Through about midnight, we'll have the potential for some stronger storms. Through 10 o'clock, we have that tornado watch. It's been trimmed back a little bit, but the metro's still in it. We may still need some extra time tomorrow morning for the commute if we see some more showers developing. We still have more moisture back to the west, too. It's just wave after wave after wave. All right, so today's wave has brought us some wind damage, possibly a tornado over by Charbonnier in Illinois. And then you've got all of this heavy rain coming out of Arkansas and from Texas, and then moving into the bi-state region. So we got to get through that here tonight. So the only tornado warning that's close to us is from that storm that, started over here. Actually started in St. Clair County and then went through Clinton County and then into Fayette County, then through Effingham County. Now it's moving closer to Indiana, but that's the closest tornado warning. In fact, that's the closest severe thunderstorm warning. Right out around the metro area, you see a lot of the green. I'm going to take that off in just a second. But what we're looking at here, the ground clutter kind of fills in, but you can see where the rain is. It's those showers that are moving. It's everything that's moving. And doing so with pretty good speed right now, 25 to 30 miles per hour, a little faster than what we were seeing. North of Carlinville, there's a strong storm, northern portions of Macoupin County. Have another stronger storm towards Jerseyville, not severe. It doesn't look like it's rotating. We pull it back with a different look from radar here in St. Louis. It doesn't look quite as impressive. There's some storms here over in Marion County, north of Salem up towards Kim Monday. Not too far from Patoka. Again, this was the area here around Charbonnet that saw that wind damage earlier. You still down here in Randolph County and St. Genevieve County, even in Perry County, have some showers around, maybe some rumbles of thunder. This is a little more impressive in terms of area coverage. And there's some downpours in here too. Watch some of those low water crossings here to the southwest of St. Louis because this rain's going to last for a little bit longer. And, everything right now that falls runs off because the ground is so wet. The northern extension of that comes up through Crawford County into Franklin County and tries to nudge into Warren and Lincoln counties as well, even all the way up towards Pike County. Everything is lifting to the north right now. And so one would just make the assumption that we've lost a lot of the instability, but we still have this warm front placed pretty close to the metro area. If any of those storms tap into just the right ingredients as they work from south to north, then potentially we still have a problem. So they're going to let that go until 10 o'clock or so. We'll see if it gets extended. I doubt it will. But we'll have an opportunity to see if some of these storms coming in will interact with those boundaries. That's St. Charles right now. We're still looking at wet roads around the St. Louis area in light of all the rain we had. That more widespread rain's kind of pushing in now in the next couple of hours. I think that's what's going to be with us until about midnight or 1 o'clock. And then we may have some scattered showers and thunderstorms still hanging around. But one would suspect after midnight the chances of seeing anything that's too intense really drops off here. Our low temperatures overnight, they drop back, right around 60 or so. Tomorrow morning, again, we're wrapping around more moisture, more energy. Still got to get this system to clear the region. So scattered showers and thunderstorms, certainly possible tomorrow. Not everybody will get wet. Unlike today, where most of us did get wet, tomorrow it's a little more scattered. And also probably not looking at any kind of widespread severe weather. But as this system pulls in from the west, we still have that potential of having some stronger thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon. And so with that in mind, we keep our weather impact alert going for one more day. The Storm Prediction Center does have the area targeted from about St. Louis east as the risk area for severe weather tomorrow. A lot quieter in downtown St. Louis now than it was just a few hours ago as those storms have rolled on off to the east. Quick check of your forecast, and we may be a little tad cool there for Sunday and Monday, but reality is tomorrow we have some scattered showers and thunderstorms after what we see overnight tonight. Again, there's nothing imminent that's severe tonight. There's still a few stronger thunderstorms out there we're going to watch closely. We'll keep that radar loop going on 5+ right after the 10 o'clock news. At 10:35, bam, we're going to be back on 5+ to just kind of review everything, make sure we're in good shape, but we're not going anywhere until we see that there is no longer a severe weather threat here. We go into next week, and I think after we get through our rain chance on Friday, and there is a chance because you have cold air aloft swinging in, there's a chance we're going to, spike something, a couple of showers, but it really doesn't look like it's severe weather, and it doesn't look like it'd be a whole lot of moisture. And that's good. You don't need a whole lot of moisture. Going into the weekend, into early next week, we will find temperatures starting to warm up next week, and we'll get a chance to dry out. So most of next week looks pretty dry. Towards the end of the week, there might be a shower chance, but that's next week. We're just trying to get this unsettled pattern we're dealing with now out of here. All right, y'all have a good evening. We'll see you at 10 on 5 on Your Side.
5 on your side at 10.
Our weather impact alert continues as thunderstorms rumble across the region, where a possible tornado caused damage this evening, and when this stormy pattern finally eases.
Tonight, a St. Louis Streets Department shakeup. The mayor's pick from the past to pave the way to the future. Defying the odds.
It's a pure miracle.
Tonight, the loved ones of injured Ferguson police officer Travis Brown share his powerful story of faith, courage, and resilience.
You know, TJ has very strong faith in God.
First tonight, we remain in a weather impact alert as scatter storms continue to roll through the bi-state. Good evening, I'm Kelly Jackson.
And I'm Mike Bush. All tornado watches expired just minutes ago. Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell has been here all night tracking tornado warnings in Illinois, and he has more now on tomorrow's weather impact alert.
Yeah, we will be dealing with some more showers and thunderstorms tomorrow, but I don't think we're looking at quite the coverage that we've seen today, certainly not to the extent. But here's the deal. There is still water running off tonight. There is still some more storm action with some heavy rain, at least now through 2 a.m. Now, we're keeping our weather impact alert going into tomorrow morning because we still have to get the energy with this system through here, and that means another round of showers and thunderstorms. Right now, we're tracking this larger area down to our south towards St. Louis. The stronger thunderstorms from earlier, they have shifted onto the north, and it's been rather tame for the last hour, hour and a half around St. Louis. We did over in extreme southern Fayette County around Charbonnier have a tornado or potential tornado, some wind damage reported there, and the Weather Service will go out tomorrow and look at that for a potential tornado track. This is a pretty large area moving from mainly south to north of moderate to at times heavy rain. Nothing severe, but again, in our hilly terrain southwest of St. Louis, all this water is running straight off. The ground is saturated. So that's going to be moving over us during the next several hours. Again, another ½ an inch to maybe 3/4 of an inch of rain for some of us that end up under the heaviest of those bands for an extended period of time. By daybreak, we're thinking we're mainly just cloudy in St. Louis with a few isolated showers around early tomorrow morning. The rain chances for tomorrow morning, not as extensive as what we've seen the last couple of mornings. So your commute, hopefully not as bad, but there is still the potential of some stronger storms tomorrow, particularly from St. Louis south and east. More on that coming up in just a few minutes.
And remember, you can get the weather impact forecast anytime by texting weather to 314-425-5355. We'll send it straight to your phone. And if we're not on air tracking the storms, we're streaming on the 5+ app. You can watch for free through your Roku, Apple, or Fire TV device.
Tonight, 6 people are recovering after a pileup on I-70 in Bridgeton. The crash blocked the westbound lanes for several hours this afternoon. The Missouri State Highway Patrol says there were 3 separate crashes. Around 10 cars and a semi were involved. No word on the extent of any of the injuries. A familiar face is returning to the St. Louis Streets Department.
Mayor Kara Spencer appointed a new interim director just hours after the current one stepped down. 5 on your side's Laura Barczewski is live outside City Hall with the latest on this quick transition. Laura.
Mike and Kelly, this new interim streets director is Jim Suleman. He actually worked in this position from 1985 to 2006, and as you said, takes the place of Director Bethany Williams.
It's no secret newly elected Mayor Kara Spencer was critical of the Streets Department and its director, Bethany Williams, on the campaign trail.
But I think mostly we've talked a lot about potholes and trash and snow, right? Am I right? I am so sick and tired of potholes.
Lots of residents were critical too after the streets and trash cans were a nightmare following January's major snowstorm.
It's terrible. South St. Louis should be ashamed of themselves.
So it wasn't really a matter of if, but when a new streets director might be named. Jim Suleman is going to be back at the helm for now as they work to find a permanent director.
Recognizing his long track record, his successful track record over 21 years, serving over 4 mayors here, the track record of expanding snow removal, paving, and other things here that really make him the right choice.
Spencer says Williams stepped down on her own accord despite her criticism.
I really have to commend her here. Her generosity in sharing her experience with our team has been invaluable.
Alderman Rasheen Aldridge says he's hopeful the interim director will start by looking at the most critical needs.
We have aging infrastructure, as we've seen with the cave-ins in my ward, but we also have a lot of streets that just aren't safe for people to walk down because for some folks, A red light is a green light, and a green light means go even faster.
Aldridge says the interim and permanent director will also have to work with the new Department of Transportation.
Last session, we passed legislation to create the Department of Transportation. That went out to the voters, and over 80% of voters said, yes, we need to figure out how our streets department flow a lot better to make our streets safe.
Now, Mayor Spencer says they don't have a timeline of appointing a permanent director, but she is going to go over their 30, 60, and 90-day plan with the interim director next week. His first day is Monday. Reporting live downtown, Laura Barcheski, 5 on your side.
Tonight, the St. Louis County Animal Care and Control Adoption Center is closed following an outbreak of parvo. The potentially deadly gastrointestinal virus was found in 5 dogs at the shelter. All, though, are doing well, and they're being closely monitored by veterinarians. Right now, staff members are deep cleaning the building and vaccinated any unvaccinated animals and administering vaccine boosters.
With the quick response, we were able to quickly isolate those animals away from our remaining populations and implement procedures and protocols to ensure that we provide the safety and the cleanliness of our animal shelter, and also protect our staff as well.
The shelter is expected to reopen tomorrow.
Just 2 hours ago, another candlelight vigil was held for the 4 girls killed when a car plowed through an after-school camp. It was held at Glenwood High School, where 18-year-old Riley Britton was a senior. Today, 2 of the 6 children injured in Monday's crash were released from the hospital. The driver is not in custody at this time. Illinois State Police are awaiting toxicology results as they investigate how this crash happened.
Tonight, an update on a Ferguson police officer injured in the line of duty last August.
5 on your side has followed the health journey of Officer Travis T.J. Brown. He was severely hurt at a protest on the 10th anniversary of Michael Brown's death. Justina Cornell sat down with the officer's sister and close friend to hear about the milestones he's reaching.
And he's just getting stronger and stronger each and every day.
What's the latest update with TJ? How is he doing?
He had a major surgery 3 weeks ago.
This was the very last significant procedure that needed to be done.
After Ferguson police officer Travis Brown's latest skull surgery, there are signs of hope.
He is now able to operate a motorized wheelchair. They actually put a sign on the back and said he has to be supervised because he speeds. And so I told him we're going to have to put some sirens on the wheelchair for you because he's a police officer.
After months in the hospital and an induced coma and multiple procedures, the father of 2 girls shows strength in an Atlanta rehab.
He is able to hold things. He is able to help lift himself up.
His sister Evelyn Moore constantly checks on her brother. Their family and friends always by his side. And it's more than the St. Louis Circle. Atlanta is supporting him too.
Even the Atlanta Police Department, they've gathered around him.
During a visit this week, Evelyn witnessed a major milestone.
He stood up for the first time with support, but it's been 8 months since I've seen him stand at his full height. But he wrote down all of his siblings' names, and so that was just remarkable to see from kind of where he has been along this journey.
There are glimpses of his vivacious spirit.
He's not able to fully speak yet. He has to relearn everything. He has to relearn how to walk, how to talk, how to swallow, just to kind of see his personality shine through. It helps us kind of see and feel that he is still in there. He said, "Hi, Mom." And he said, "I win, you lose." We were talking about a spades competition. Our family is very competitive.
It's that spirit that drives him to get better, yet every visit leaves a mark.
I think they're extremely important for him. He gets emotional when it's time for us to leave.
It's never a goodbye, though.
TJ's story is not over. It's just beginning. He's so strong. He just comes through like a champ.
Every hello, a chance for TJ to show his heart.
You know, TJ has very strong faith in God. My thought is it's a pure miracle.
Justina Cornell, 5 on your side.
T-shirts were made in honor of Officer Brown, and we're told the staff at the rehab facility even wear them. There's also a GoFundMe to help with his recovery and also assist his 2 daughters. If you'd like a shirt or want to make a donation, go to the As Seen on TV section on KSDK.com.
A St. Louis City police officer killed on the line of duty will be honored this week in Jefferson City. Officer David Lee will be added to the Missouri Law Enforcement Memorial's Wall of Honor. Lee was struck and killed along I-70 back in September while responding to an accident call. There will be 2 ceremonies honoring Lee and 5 other fallen officers. A candlelight vigil will be held Friday night and a memorial service on Saturday. Governor Mike Keogh has ordered the state Capitol Dome to be lit in blue in honor of all fallen law enforcement officers in Missouri. That will begin sunset on Friday through Sunday morning.
They had one job, and that was to keep my child safe, and they failed.
Tonight, disturbing new allegations of child sex abuse at a local daycare as that business fights to stay open. 1 week until Real ID becomes reality.
Be patient, because you're going to need it.
Tonight, avoiding the hurdles and the race to the license office.
One more day with a weather impact alert and then a break for the weekend. While we get a chance to dry out, we also cool off. The latest on the transitions coming for next week.
This 5 on Your Side newscast is sponsored by H&F Exteriors. Done right, every time.
I'm Michael Sims, owner of Platinum Roofing. Expect the best when you call Platinum Roofing.
When you're ready to install a new roof, call my dad. He'll take care of you the same way he takes care of us. Call 314-862-2000 or in Illinois, 618-600-3003.
Your home is your most valuable asset. It may be the center of family life or where you find perfect solitude. Why not make it the place you love the most? At First Community, we're offering our home equity line of credit for a low introductory rate of only 4.99%. Whether it's an interior renovation or a new outdoor living space, use only what you need for an affordable payment and love your home even more. First Community, for all your savings and all your loans.
This is automatic. This is automatic.
Managers. We have the systems, processes, and people to handle your sales, E911, FCC, SALT, and transaction taxes. Visit us online or give us a call today so you can focus on what really matters, your customers.
Tonight, a second young child has come forward with sex abuse allegations against a former daycare worker in Webster Groves. Christopher Titus has now been indicted by a grand jury on 5 charges, including sodomy and child molestation. He worked for 7 years at Here We Grow Early Care and Education. The daycare is appealing a decision by the state to revoke the business's license for similar allegations made against Titus back in 2019. We talked with one mom who pulled her 2 children out of the daycare.
We withdrew our children immediately, not because we weren't devastated, not because it wasn't hard on our kids to just rip them away from their whole routine, but because we wanted to make it very clear that we are standing on the right side of this and that we are standing with the victims and their parents.
5 on Your Side has learned Titus's brother-in-law is the daycare's director. Last week, Titus pleaded not guilty. Prosecutors say investigators are speaking to families to see if more charges need to be filed.
The Real ID deadline is now just 1 week from today. Starting May 7th, your standard driver's license will no longer cut it at airports, military bases, or federal buildings.
And 5 on Your Side's Megan Curtin found with just 1 week to go, people on both sides of the river are running into roadblocks at the license office.
I already have my Real ID.
So far, only 45% of Missourians with a driver's license have a Real ID. Some say it was an easy process.
Be patient, because you're going to need it.
while others say it's a hassle.
Very frustrating process.
And some people didn't even know what the Real ID is.
The deadline is a week from today.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Do you still need to get your Real ID?
I certainly do.
All right, well, you better get on it.
Oh, my goodness.
At the downtown St. Louis DMV, Paul Robinson gave up trying after waiting 2 hours in line.
Well, I tried to get my Real ID at one place. They said I need certain forms. I didn't have those forms, so I left, got those forms. I came down here, but all the DMVs are crowded, so I'm gonna try again tomorrow morning.
To get a Real ID, you'll need to bring your birth certificate or passport, proof of your social security number, 2 pieces of mail with proof of your address, like a utility bill, and a marriage license if your name has changed. Trish Vincent, the Missouri Department of Revenue Director, says it's an easy process as long as you have the correct documents.
That's why we're encouraging people to think ahead. Don't go in and not bring something and get frustrated.
And if you're planning a trip, Vincent recommends going to the DMV at least a month in advance.
If they bring those documents in, they walk out with a paper copy, but in 5 to 7 days, they will have their Real ID.
I'm gonna try to come back. You got to, because I travel.
Megan Kernan, 5 on your side.
If you haven't gotten your Real ID yet, be prepared for long wait times. And if you missed the deadline, don't panic. You can still fly with a valid passport. But TSA warns, expect longer delays and extra screenings.
The fall of Saigon. It happened 50 years ago today, marking the end of the Vietnam War. When South Vietnam surrendered to communist troops, millions of Vietnamese were forced to flee the country. Many feared for their lives and left seeking a better future for their families. Some of those refugees resettled here in St. Louis.
I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratefulness and appreciation to the people of the America who give us the chance to build our life again after I left my country.
The Fall of Saigon, 50 years later, begins streaming May 6th on our free 5+ app. It features stories about Vietnamese refugees and their impact on St. Louis.
Tomorrow, the Loop Trolley will start running for a new season. The route has 10 stops between the University City Library and the Missouri History Museum and Forest Park. You can ride it for free. New this year, the Trolley Passport Program. The digital coupon booklet gives riders access to deals and promotions at local businesses along the route. Chief Meteorologist Scott Connell's here with the weather impact forecast. A very active weather day today.
And maybe again tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be as bad tomorrow, but we still have the weather impact alert tomorrow because there's still going to be some showers and thunderstorms and potentially a few stronger storms again tomorrow. Now, the timing on that, we'll get into that in just a few minutes when we track, but right now we're going through 2 a.m. overnight with the rain and maybe some thunderstorms, but the severe weather threat seems to have eased at this point. We're dealing with water runoff, especially down in the hilly terrain south of St. Louis where the heavier rain's falling. This is over the last 3 hours. We've been watching a few renegade storms here and there, but the one storm that produced wind damage and potentially a tornado over here in Fayette County around Charbonnaire, that has moved well off to the east, and it finally, that's what I believe, there was one warning still up to the northeast. It is finally weakening. Well, that thing stayed together for a long time. Here's what's going on in Jefferson County. It's wet right now, all the way down Highway 21. You get down here into Potosi, you're dealing with wet weather after yesterday's tornado there. You still have rain falling across much of Iron into Reynolds County, Madison County. That's all shifting north towards St. Louis. That's what's going to be with us for the next couple of 3 hours. So we're going to get more rain in St. Louis again tonight. It doesn't last all night long, and we think this continues to lift to the north, and it'll be out of here shortly after midnight and before daybreak tomorrow. Now, while there's still a chance we'll have some spot showers around tomorrow morning for daybreak, maybe even a rumble of thunder, the morning commute won't be like the last couple of mornings where we've had the widespread rain. Now, there's still a chance for some strong to severe thunderstorms tomorrow. Level 1, St. Louis, south and east. You get farther south and east, it's level 2. Wind, hail, more of a threat tomorrow than tornadoes, the way it looks right now. Look at all this heavy rain down to our south. That's what they're dealing with across Arkansas, northern Louisiana, into Texas. This is what we'll be dealing with as we head into tomorrow. We still have to get the energy through here. And there's more energy that comes in here on Friday. So there's still a chance on Friday of a few showers. Tomorrow, though, we're not anticipating widespread severe weather. We're not expecting huge areas of rain and thunderstorms, but there will be scattered showers and storms, particularly during the afternoon, early evening hours, and a few of them may have some wind gusts and maybe a little bit of hail. Timing on that for tomorrow, again, mostly in the afternoon hours. Overall, it's probably about a 20 to 50% chance at any particular time, but it's scattered tomorrow. And still a weather impact alert day because a couple of those storms may be strong. The chance still there for a few showers on Friday. Going into Saturday and Sunday, it does trend cooler this weekend. Some extra clouds into the mix on Saturday. Mainly dry, though, this weekend. And heading into next week, it still looks like we're on tap to see a pretty decent warm-up and mainly dry weather for next week. I don't know about you.
You could
but
use a break.
We need some dry weather around here. I mean, literally, we have standing water in so many places.
And you're going to be on 5+ right after the news.
5 plus 10:33, I think, is when we're going to start that.
All right, Scott, thanks. Frank is here with sports.
The Cardinals close to perfection as a baseball team could be in their doubleheader in Cincinnati. The Blues would like to do the same in Winnipeg tonight, and wait till you see the basketball player Mizzou will unveil next season.
Trust on your time.
The rain is moving our way tonight.
Track how the weather will impact your day.
We're already seeing snow here.
Extended, continuous coverage of breaking news, live from the scene.
Live in downtown St. Louis.
Go deeper with in-depth interviews and exclusive.
Jimmy Fallon.
Look, the Winnipeg Jets won the President's Trophy for a good reason. And with them getting drilled in St. Louis, you knew Game 5 in their building was not going to be a day at the park. It just happened so quickly, though. 1:23 in, Kyle Connor beats Jordan Binnington, and it's 1-0 Jets. 4 minutes later, the Blues counter. Colton Parayko shoots it. Nathan Walker will deflect it, the first playoff goal ever for the 31-year-old Aussie. Second period, 2-1 Jets. When Jimmy Snuggerud unleashes and scores, the kid is 20. I have ties older than he is. Right now, it's 3-2 Jets in the second period. Sweeping a doubleheader in Cincinnati is really not that difficult. Just have your two starting pitchers, the guys behind me, not allow any runs, and have your players hit like they're competing in a home run derby. Inning 1, game 2, and a 3-run homer by Wilson Contreras. That's 421 feet. That's a 3-run lead for the Cardinals. Second inning, Pedro Pajes. That's a rocket to left. And dating back to game 1, that's 5 homers and 2 innings for the Cardinals. Love to see this. Jordan Walker will scorch a double to left. It scores 2, and the Cardinals are up 7-0. Steven Matz went 4 scoreless, struck out 6, and walked no one. Cards win 9-1. Game 1 of the doubleheader. Second hitter of the game, Mason Wynn hits his second homer of the season and the first of 2 homers today. Miles Michaelis was rock solid. 5 1/3 innings, 4 Ks, 3 hits, 0 walks, and 0 runs. In the ninth, the Cardinals went deep 3 times. The first, a 3-run bomb by Victor Scott II. The average is 272. Speaking of pop, Lars Nootbaar hit this in the 5th. His OPS is 854. That's his 5th homer of the season. Wynn, of course, homered after that. Cardinals roll in game 1, 6-0.
This 5 on Your Side St. Louis City SC coverage is sponsored by Together Credit Union.
So City SC is in 12th place in the Western Conference, but one thing they've always done is win off the field. City SC with Together Credit Union have this great program called Saves for Savings. The 33 total saves by City SC has raised over $10,000 for scholarships for Hope Ignites, which provides nurturing, support, and education for young people.
The more we have these opportunities to go to, amazing nonprofits, especially ones that service the needs of these wonderful scholars that we met today, of course, we're going to take that opportunity.
City SC's newest face didn't see action against LAFC, but he very well could on Saturday in Seattle. Sean Silva said he was a bit surprised to be traded from Atlanta to St. Louis, but he's ready to show City fans what he can do.
To be honest, I didn't pay attention a lot of St. Louis because it's a different conference, Yeah, that's me being honest. But yeah, as I got here, easy to understand the way they play, my teammates and everything. So yeah, as I said, I'm gonna work hard to fit in. No, I just wanted to know that I'm gonna bring the energy to the stadium when I'm in the pitch and off the pitch too. And yeah, good things ahead.
Hey, I want you to take a look at this young man. He is Trent Burns, a 7'5" player, a freshman at Mizzou. He didn't play last year because of injury, but I watched him practice a few times and thought this could be a rare talent. I'm not saying he's the next Victor Wembanyama, but he's so tall, so skilled, so I asked Coach Gates about him yesterday.
When you're in transition of high school competition to college competition, you are going to see a growth. And what we've seen is our strength and program, our training program do a wonderful job. His teammates are excited about him. I'm excited about him. And our Missouri Tiger fans out there should be excited about him as well.
I watched him practice in Wichita, and to see this 7'5" body.
7'5".
And he's just a freshman.
Yes, run the floor so effortlessly, and he shoots threes. I mean, he could really be cool to watch for the next 4 years.
Well, let's hope he stays healthy.
Yep.
All right, a St. Louis favorite is combining food and fashion. The new offering not on the menu.
off, plus free installation for a limited time.
Walmart is doing some remodeling. 9 Missouri stores, including Bridgeton, are getting wider aisles and new displays. The retail giant is also expanding its online pickup and delivery services. According to our partners at the St. Louis Business Journal, the changes are designed to better compete with Target.
Breadco is going vogue. Panera released a limited edition croissant clutch on its online store today. The crescent-shaped handbag is inspired by the change's new croissant toast sandwiches. Panera calls it stylish and practical. The purse is insulated to keep your sandwich warm.
Huh. All right, Scott has a final check of our weather impact forecast.
Mike and I have thoughts, Fred, too.
I don't know about that one.
Huh.
Yeah, here is a look at what's going on with the radar right now. Yeah, well, I've been saying a lot to that radar tonight. We have some rain. None of this is severe, but it's going to push us closer to record rainfall for the month as it moves over St. Louis over the course of the next 3 hours. Don't expect any of this to be severe, but again, we'll be draining water, and if water covers the road somewhere and you're out driving late tonight, you don't want to drive into that. It's not going to be a big flooding problem, but certainly something we continue to monitor, and more scattered showers and thunderstorms possible tomorrow. Not as many as today, and not as much rain on the way for tomorrow. And then Friday, even less. We're looking at a dry weekend, we think, ahead.
That would be good.
Yes.
Frank now has a Mother's Day present for Monique from Panera.
Get that croissant clutch.
Yeah. There you have it. 5 on your side at 10. We're always streaming on 5+.
Have a great tomorrow.
Sugar beets, where is that? There it is. Okay. All right, everybody. Hey, listen, we're getting ready and set up here to stream for you. I don't think we let the control room know that, though. Jeffrey, can you holler to Steve? We're trying to stream. All right, well, we're having some issues here. Okay. Jacob, we're coming. Okay. So I'm going to start you with your 7-day forecast, and I'm going to see what pops up on the 10-day forecast. I think I'm going to make a few changes. I still have to get some adjustments made there. Saturday and Sunday will be cooler. We talked about that yesterday. We still have the rain chance on Friday. We've added a few extra clouds for Saturday. Still a weather impact alert day here on Thursday, but I think we're going to lower the rain chance. I still think there's going to be rain. I mean, don't get us wrong, we're still going to have some rain. But here through the overnight hours, through 2 or 3 o'clock, it's just a few rumbles of thunder. You're going to have the rainfall that we deal with. And as we deal with the rainfall across the area, we expect to see, Lord have mercy, we expect to see the water running off, but no severe weather through the overnight hours. Everybody's ready to go home. All right, we're looking at temperatures across the region that are in the 60s right now. It's warm, it's somewhat muggy. We had the showers and thunderstorms earlier. There was wind damage reported over southern portions of Fayette County. Chaubonnière reported some wind damage. Weather Service is going to go out and look at that. Probably was a tornado. There was definitely rotation in that area this afternoon, late this afternoon, right around 7 o'clock. That's why we were still with you on TV during that time and on 5+. This batch of rain, if we can get a little, I think it's about 0.4 of an inch, and I don't think this is going to be able to do it. But if before 12:59 p.m. or a.m. tomorrow morning, which would be 11:59 in standard time, we get 3 or 0.4 of an inch of rain. I think it's about 0.4. We would have the wettest April. I think we're going to be in second place, though. I don't think this batch